Festering fans. The autism was immense.
Yes, it was.
After setting up for a month in preparation awaiting Awakener to arrive at Aylesbury, you had taken this time to make sure that the various soldiers and troops there were trained appropriately, many of them being new townsfolk and others that were clearly just merchants that had arrived, but they were still willing to lay their life down. As you made your preparations, Cal had gone into the forest and initially started his assaults on the kobold encampment, trying to hamper their numbers, which had worked to a great degree. As well as the various barricades and walls and ditches, as well as palisades that were erected, as well as soldiers that are just arriving at this point as you are collecting yourselves at Aylesbury. Once the night had ensued for what you were expecting, you had seen that there were some smokes, signals coming from the forest, some clearly burning. There was a small wave of the average boar that you had seen running up. But after that, you came to realize the absolute horror in the situation what Awakener was actually doing was using the extremely large and thunderous storm boars to come barreling out to try and destroy some of the palisades. After managing to stop them and keep them from going through all of the walls and actually going up through the main palisades and spikes that were driven into the ground, Leors, with her magnificent sight, managed to spot out the very obvious kobolds flying through the air that were not very stealthy and quite noisily flying over. After eliminating one had fallen down and released a massive globule of poisonous smoke that immediately ate away at people's skin and made them choke to death and bleed out. Some people managed to survive, but unfortunately the majority of the other soldiers didn't stand a single chance. All three were immediately shot down, some having to blind fire into the darkness of the night sky, but there was only one that seemed to find its mark, as it was a lot stealthier than the other kobolds, and managed to hit one of the lower regiments to the south. After which, the main kobold army had arrived. Awakener arrived along with the K-Bolts, as he aptly named them, you found out later on. After a fairly intense battle between the volley guns and other setups that they had, the slow-churning war machines that were quickly coming up to the palisades and ramparts, the makeshift palisades, you saw the panic in a lot of people trying to quickly move into position. The northern areas of the Aylesbury town line was getting hit probably the hardest, especially with the fact of the kobold wizard landing quite a few fireballs, as well as the volley gun out in that direction had kept landing various shots and had full time to reload and release another set of volleys upon the groups. After this decimation, Awakener was very bullheaded, but with Leoris's moonbeam and everyone else putting as many shots and damaging lines into him between various arrows and magic abilities, whittled him down before he managed to get up to the front gate that was barricaded by a spike wall. After which, especially in the preparation, Cromsteel had spent some time getting buffed up by the party and even potioned up himself with a growth, and went to meet him head to head. After bringing him down low for one of the various hits, you had seen that one of the K-Bolts' souls had been ripped out of him and pulled into him, healing and mending his heavily damaged body already. In the midst of this battle, he had managed to strike Cromsteel once, but inflicted immense damage, and at the same time had shut off Cromsteel from any forms of healing recovering spells or magic. After that brief interlude at the front gates and managing to drop Awakener, Gromsteel had slammed his sword into his chest, severing down a good portion, and then as he dropped to his knees, he shrank down to normal size, and after a good celebration and a lot of the other kobolds that were in the remainder, one retreating with one of the good volley guns, and the rest just either lackadaisically leaving or going back with the kobold wizard. Others did not give pursuit, as they were not sure what else the wizard could still do. After this time of celebration, you had left Awakener and the K-Bolts there at the front gates, and went to have a very much deserved rest. As soon as you had gone to lay down for a time, you came back early morning and seen that Zircon had helped immensely with a lot of the burial of many of the people here. Also with the fact that Merrill and Rachai had received the good news, and especially given you the writ, since you've already done so much, to be the ambassadors to go and speak with the Kobold King. After returning and finding that in the middle of the battlefield, the K-Bolts and the few other bodies that were out there were obviously not taken in priority, left for the time being, as they were still paying respects towards the dead that had, unfortunately, in mass, been lost that night. Saw that there was no Awakener. You had come back, talked to Gif, and found out that he came back frustrated and angry at the loss. Probably more or less of the fact that he had lost various items, maybe, but you went in to speak with the king once more, and especially after getting the help of the chieftain that you had procured from Nurse's brothers and incorporated sisters, beat the ever-loving shit out of like a volleyball. You made your way in very quickly with Gix, and found him pounding away at the forge, trying to make new equipment as quickly as possible. After a brief discussion and interesting conversation between the Soul Crushers, as well as having the now curious hammer in your possession, and feeling that you've managed to sway Awakener and the situation, that he did mention that he was trying to make new bodies for his brothers that had fallen. He was effectively carrying their souls and their personalities probably amongst themselves. You did see a fair bit of this clerical magic, and it had shared with the estranged spirit shroud they had when he struck you, Cromsteel. Giving him a chance to kind of turn over a new leaf, you had returned some pieces of his equipment, to which after you could tell that there was a form of hesitation, that he agreed to leave and try and turn over a new leaf and see the world as it was, and no longer live in the Underdark where he had spent a good portion of time. At that point, he had decided that instead of making it obvious or dangerous for the rest of your group on his own choice, he went back into the Underdark for a brief trail and said that he would arrive southward. After this, and returning back to the tunnels from which he had originally come from with the kobolds that he had, though obviously for his own malicious intent, rescued and killed the dwarfs here that were illegally logging, but also now obviously digging up a very large Residium crystal mine. You had just let him descend, and then went to speak with the king, but not before the hammer, of course, which was giving a bizarre feeling and intent of power, of something to kind of manipulate the flesh of creatures with this hammer. After, obviously, a good portion of matters were discussed between the Kobold King and Zircon, and obviously a few other parties that had stayed by to make sure that the contract was appropriately assigned, right? Rylax also finding the ledgers and logging accounts of Bordurel, as the dwarves are obviously illegally logging part of the northern areas of Freydens's forests, as well as apparently now attempting to dig down and steal even the mineral deposits underneath this forest. With all this knowledge and the other books and other selections that you have collected, the kobolds have obviously signed an agreement and treaty, the Presidium, that they really don't care too much about, will be traded in kind with Aylesbury, and they will obviously keep expanding the mine and improving upon it, and obviously be open to various discussion and trade. With all that handled, obviously you would have time to return to Mayor Olin Richai and deliver them the great news, which obviously he was quite ecstatic and welcomes you back. Old Town's an expense paid on his bill, as he cannot thank you enough. And before any decision of leaving Aylesbury, he requests that he at least allow a partition of art be made in your various honors, as Aylesbury wouldn't even be on the map anymore if it were not for your help, and especially for your abilities in defending against Awakener. At any point, you could definitely tell, even with the teal moon overhead and giving everyone enhanced healing, that it would not be likely in the least bit that they would have even survived. Never mind notice the kobolds, in which the first wave probably would have close to wiped out the entire regiment at the front line. So with that, obviously you do have some downtime. People do take small moderation of, obviously, the smaller forms of yourself to, in the future, be able to make a larger version in the town center, where your statues will be placed in honor further down the road once they have a more appropriately one made.
Actual statues? I thought he meant just like a painting or something they'd hang up.
No. You literally just save basically the foundations of Aylesbury. Like, if you guys weren't there, Awakener would have fucking steamrolled over that entire town. Quite literally, with some of the war machines. Alright. So, with that, there is obviously all the other various situations at hand that obviously is being played out. People are still going about in their trade, others paying respects towards the dead and the ones who have lost family. You actually see that Payzon and Shally are getting along quite well. You know, it seems like they might actually end up staying together here in Aylesbury.
Gay.
What an excellent new day it is.
There is quite a fine breeze this day. You can see that obviously those who are still mourning the loss of family, but still appreciating the respects that the family and others are paying towards, and even especially quite a few people who recognize you from the battle still coming to thank you for being there, because especially the note of Awakener, you could tell that obviously there's still a small smidge of hesitation in Cropsdale, but you could tell that people are at least more aware, especially for those who had seen you at the battle. It's hard to not take notice of you when you were like 15 feet tall.
Hell yeah, awareness.
That they definitely are trying to take note of your order.
How's the weather? Are there clouds in the sky?
Currently, it is pretty clear. You could tell that there's not really too much heavy weather. There's still a little bit. You could tell probably in a couple, 2 or 3 days there might be a storm or two just from rain because it's the coast.
Through the clear skies, can I see any visible moons?
So, just open my astrology page as well as the other piece.
Also, when you're ready, I would like to send a message.
Oh yes, I have my message for you.
I also have to send messages.
Okay, well, I'm very limited in how many messages I can send per day.
I think everybody is.
I believe so.
I just pay someone to send it by boat.
Why pay when you can just use magic?
Oh yeah, I'll send it
'Cause I
by
don't have
boat. We'll
magic.
get there in 6 months.
Yeah, if you want someone notified, I mean, I can just and let them know immediately. They can respond immediately. Come to think of it, given everything you said, Zircon, about having to go home and such, maybe I could check in with them for you.
You could feel free to do so, though I am not sure how well they would take it.
I mean, I would need you to describe to me someone that you would like to receive the message.
I myself have the rather urgent message.
I see. This is difficult. I have quite a few messages to send, it seems.
I guess I'm gonna go send messages over in this corner while you guys are doing that.
Oh, you can also send messages.
Yeah, but I need to send multiples, so you have to wait till tomorrow.
I see.
Not bad about that, Nick.
It's fine. You don't need to worry about it now.
No, I do it.
Okay.
Mine is not the most urgent, I suppose. Let's take care of yours first.
I appreciate it.
Zircon, think on who you want the message sent to and what you want the message to be.
Right.
That way we can at least let them know that you are okay.
Are there any limitations to this message?
It has to be short, 1 or 2 sentences at the most.
Ah. Very well.
But they can reply in turn, so if you need to know something, you can include it in the message.
From steel hands Leoris a piece of paper.
So this is useful. And who am I sending this to?
My commander back over in Lustrana. She is warforged like I am. Her name is Reckoner.
Okay.
Is that enough?
I think that will be enough. Okay. Was like you, I reckon there, back where you came from. I'll attempt to send a message to Rakana. Josh.
Alright.
They say you can forward this message. You can forward your message to Josh as well if you want, just so Josh has the actual text for it. From Chrome Steel,
That's alright.
found ancient warforged from Gagaron Warfront named Awakener, part of Soul Crushed cult, but convinced to be peaceful. Any information on Soul Crushed?
So, let's see. All right. So, you do hear, oddly enough, especially with the fact that it would be more robotic, but oddly confusion as to a random female that they have not met, kind of speaking to their mind. Excellent work. Will he be returning with you? Will ask the Iron Father about Soul Crushed. Keep me informed.
I relay this to Chrome as like I'm hearing it.
I have already committed it to memory in text form in my brain.
Beep boop.
Folded under important and long-term memory.
Hey, what was the stuff in the mine again? I've only just forgotten the fucking name of it.
Residium?
That's the one.
Yes.
Okay.
Was that all?
Yes, that was all.
Alright. Thank you very much, Leors.
Say ask the question. Should we respond to that?
To be honest, I'm not sure how to answer it, so it can be answered later.
They won't be upset at you for ignoring them?
I do not think so.
I love how it half-pasted outside. That's great.
Yeah, if you put, like, shift-enter breaks in your message, it doesn't like that.
Yeah, any line breaks in a GM message just makes it.
I think it's a different message.
Yeah.
Typical.
There you go.
Alright.
There's my
Like,
message.
Leoris, I must now deactivate for 15 to 20 minutes.
To process, I see, I get it.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh god, he did it in the middle of the street.
He's just sitting there.
Mystery, can you help me move him over to the wall?
Yeah, of course.
I
Where are we taking him?
don't know, we'll just put him next to this fence here.
Okay.
No, we do that thing where I stack as many rocks on him as I can until he gets back.
There's a little rock hut around him.
Rock house.
He doesn't have a pickaxe, so it takes ages to get out.
We built this city on rock and roll.
I mean, he's just sitting there. You just stack rocks on him.
Cool.
That sounds fun.
Okay, I appreciate the message, Berkon. It sounds good. Who am I sending it to?
There should be a kobold that should be able to inform my parents. I do not know if he will handle the message well, but he will at least give it to my parents without them thinking they're being possessed by something. He's quite small, about this large. Blue and... no, sorry, red. He's got a brother.
have a
Very
name?
confusing. Yes, Scrat.
Scrat. Okay.
His brother's name is Brett. And he's blue.
Wait, is he the blue one or the red one?
Oh, this one is the red one.
Okay. It's the red one. It's the red kobold named Scrat.
Yes.
Okay.
Josh sitting there like, write this down.
Okay.
I love that
That's the message.
you can't remember because you're blind.
Yes.
Son alive and well, secured trade with kobolds near Aylesbury Residium Mine. I will be returning as soon as possible. You may respond to this.
I'm not the most charismatic person.
So, getting back to you. This is the young master's friend. His mother and father are worried from the last mail he sent. Please come home soon, whoever. And it cuts off there because you can tell he's not.
I relay this to Zircon.
That sounds about right.
At least they will not that you are safe.
That is good.
I feel like both of these messages have just opened more problems. Both of them wanted a response. So I can't respond that many times. I also have to send a message back to my home.
I might be able to respond to one of them. Give me a second. I'm still waiting.
Yes, you will actually get a response. Relax, I'm typing that out wrong.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just stacking some pencils and comes to his head. Just there's about 6 there by now.
I pull out my paint and draw a mustache on Crom.
Can you give him a monocle too?
Oh, yes, of course. I give him like a really big bushy mustache and a monocle.
Oh, excuse me. Alright.
Just sitting there like.
Alrighty. and
Alright.
it should be on.
I suppose the second part of what I have to say can wait till tomorrow.
Alrighty. So, with that, you will see that obviously, even though unfortunately a few days later, there is a troop of Dragonborn soldiers that come marching off a very small boat. It looks like they were kind of packed on a regiment of 12, but a regiment nonetheless. And you can see them immediately heading towards Mayor Olin Richeye's office, as they do see a little bit of confusion, but you could tell they look a little bit haggard because they were sent out here very quickly from the looks of it, upon the request of what Richeye had originally sent out. Let me see. Did not convert his token yet, but this is the Dragonborn you would see if it uploads appropriately. Come on, roll 20, don't collapse on me now. There we are.
Oh Jesus! Ah! That's a big boy.
It's actual size.
It might as well be. But you can tell that not only Dragonborn, but for the regiment he leads is Dragonborn. The personage himself is half dragon, which you can see that it looks like the various trophies that he has are previously dwarven plate armor that he's converted to his own.
It's a ball and armor. I really like that.
Yeah, that's cool.
Bitchin'.
Axe is dope as well.
That big Spartan-looking shield.
Spartan.
It's not loading for me. Big sad. Oh, there it is. Whoa. Oh,
He is
sick.
a scary motherfucker. So, with that, you let me go grab the other troops anyway, just to show. And, well, funny enough, even though you can't see them Zircon, you could see the emblem that's on their body, and it's definitely that of the Vermilion Throne. So Creekmont had definitely come through for the troops, even if it was a sparing regiment, but you could tell by the person who just passed by is probably one of their more significant paladins.
Impressive.
Say Vermilion Throne.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And you could tell that even though it's definitely one of the smaller quippers, the fact that they crammed a whole regiment onto this boat and had this man sail out to here for the amount of time, fairly impressive.
Yeah, sailing that distance in just a couple of days, it's pretty fast.
Yeah. You could tell these troops, like, most people definitely, you don't even need to roll for this one, like, most people you know, sailing that much at that speed with a boat that cramped, most people would look like shit. These guys, you could tell, were very well trained for it, as they do not look tired, they're well kept, their armor and everything is at full ready.
Oh, they're Dragonborn. I thought that was like a weird diadem on a human's head.
Nope. These are all Dragonborn. Obviously varying colors, but the one speaking with Mayor Olenrich, obviously the rest waiting outside in full discussion. Obviously, after a good point in time, you will actually see the aforementioned paladin come marching out without even missing a beat. The rest of the Vermilion Guard are immediately with him, and he starts heading out in the direction of the kobolds.
He go get him.
Wait a minute. Excuse me if I may interrupt for a moment.
With that, you can see like a few of the other Dragonborn kind of look a little quizzically. This one, almost without missing a beat, just kind of looks at you literally once over, and he actually goes immediately into a very deep bow. What do I owe the treasure of the Rastrum family?
Ah, it is a pleasure to meet you myself. I believe that you're heading towards the kobolds, yes?
Yes, I seek to see whether or not they have truly pacified themselves. I'm used to feral tricks and having to subdue others that have caused issue before in the Vermilion City.
I understand. A couple of my party members, I point in the direction of the rest of my group, have assisted me with somewhat pacifying them ourselves the other day. I have here, and I pull out like the scrolls that are all the details for their, them willing to create an alliance and peace treaty between this town and theirs, as well as open up trade between the two. And I allow him to look at them.
So with that, he will politely take them from you, and as he looks them over. And you are sure that this was their actual leader, and there is no other issue. We had received word that there was other party interference with them.
There was a second party that influenced their goals, but that party has been dealt with subsequently as of the battle that happened yesterday. There will no longer be conflict between these two power struggles, so we should be able to allow them to live in peace with each other. I'm hoping that the trade between both this town and theirs will allow both of their cultures to thrive.
Very well. I will be as polite as possible then. Be sure that there are no other interlopers that might tamper with such a delicate treaty already.
I thank you very much for your time.
And my apologies, my lord. My name is Claren Walgrar of the Temple of Bahamut.
Oh, could you get that one spelled out for me, buddy? I'm gonna write that one down. That sounds awesome. It is a pleasure to meet you, Claren. I hope that we may meet again someday on better circumstances.
I look forward to it. It is rare that I get to meet one of such status of yourself.
You are very humbling.
I bid you good day, my lord.
And I bid you a good day. Travel safe.
And so with that, he'll return to the front of the regiment. And you will see that your green friend has been eating some of the rations because he's been waiting in the bag.
I give another polite bow as they leave.
You'd say every single soldier there makes sure to salute you in passing. With that, they will head out of town in the direction that they have been informed of.
Well, hopefully their things should go well over there.
It's true. Payson was taking care of it.
But now I can take Green Friend with me.
It's true.
Adopt.
Tiny Ooblex, man, go with you.
It's Flubber.
Flubber! Yeah, you can definitely tell there was already a few surprised faces that a paladin of that stature would immediately stop for you, Zircon.
I still like to show them respect, however. They are always putting themselves on the front line.
It is admirable.
It is a bit odd being respected in such a way, outside of home. I usually try to avoid it.
Didn't realize you were such a fancy boy.
My parents like to make a big deal out of me in the business. But anyway, you need not concern yourselves with it. I am simply Zircon to you lot. and that is how I enjoy it.
That works. Big old pat on the shoulder. Just bonk.
Big old clonk and sets me off balance for a second.
I'm blind.
Oh god. Wait, you restored my sight. How did you do that?
I can
I
see.
I can see. I can fight.
Punches the optical nerve back into place.
Alright.
So, as for the other matters of the day that continue to press on, obviously, the murmuring about town is the other curiosity of the fact of the, well, Vermilion Throne sending a full regiment, and especially a respected paladin from the looks of him. And also the other fact that the other towns haven't had a chance to fully respond yet, so you tell that Aylesbury is probably going to start regarding the city of Creekmont to be more reliable in the future. So, aside from that, there is the other question of, would you be planning to head out? Obviously, the time that they would have to make small statues of you. There are.
Do we get commemorative figurines of ourselves?
Could definitely get ones of yourselves if you like.
I feel like my parents will scold me if I don't.
You know that this town would be more than happy to.
I do not mind then if it inspires them.
Hell yeah.
Yay, small statue.
Small statues. Just take it back to the mall pit and just be like, look, I got a thingy.
I actually made a statue of you, my boy.
I always knew with my 23 sons that you'd be the best.
I think one of my sons is a player character.
I think Stormsteel is powering back on.
I'm back.
You just
Nobody tell him. Nobody tell him.
Okay.
I've thought about what you said, and why do you all look strange?
Why do you have rocks on your head?
Excuse me.
I really like your mustache.
Yeah, brings out your eyes, especially
What
the
have you
one.
done?
It fills your face in a bit more.
As you go to move, you hear a little bit of like pebbles scattering down your metal.
Joke analyzed. Conclusion: humorous.
I have.
Humorous.
I don't have anything reflective. I painted like a bushy mustache and a monocle on your face.
I'll pull out the mirror that Leoris gave me and hold it in front of him.
There we go.
That is quite funny. Would you like to? I would like you to remove it, however.
Unfortunately, the paint is permanent.
Oh, but
About
you used
that.
Paysan's paint, didn't you?
No, I used my paints.
Oh. Whew.
I'm not wasting Paysan's paints on this.
That would have been funny to have a mustache come off his face and start beating him up.
Just fucking garrotes him on the spot.
Is this
Paysan paints
regular
are
paint,
dodgy.
then?
I'm only gonna use them for extra special things.
Can I simply wash this off?
Yeah, it's sail water based.
Alright.
That seemed a bit longer than 15 minutes, so.
felt like 15 to me.
You missed out on me getting the royal treatment.
Because you're.
That's one. It was
noble.
like days.
Where is Cal?
Is he safe?
Where are the boys?
Has he left for greater climes? He is lost. We will never see him again.
In the
He's
market.
talking those 2 dragonborn up north.
We should move on.
He's dead. You have to move on. It's been 15 years.
None of us are real.
I thought he was just spending time with that orc girl he took a fancy to.
The fuck? It's true.
Oh yes, in the pit. Jokes aside, excuse me. I will be back.
Alright.
No, for a second there I thought he was just powering down again.
What? Alright.
Yeah. Just to show you the person you missed, Crom Steel.
The Dragonborn had the
Yes.
token in front of me.
Good.
Who is that?
Claren Wardar.
Is this something I should write down?
He seems to be some kind of paladin from Creepmont.
From the Vermilion, what was it? The Vermilion Throne, wasn't it?
He
Paladin.
really likes Zircon.
Yes, I thought I was going to have to suck his dick, but no, he sucked mine.
Oh, nice.
It was really graphic.
Did he grapefruit you?
What?
Never mind.
For everyone else, it was like half a second. For Zircon, it was like 30 minutes.
Me just sitting there like,
Please
he's
stop.
honoring me.
Honor.
I just want to shake his hand and talk like a normal boy.
Please, sir, let me kiss the ground you're walking on.
Pretty much.
You wouldn't.
Anyways, I have something a bit more serious to talk about.
Oh.
As do I, but I'll let you go first.
I appreciate it. Now that the crisis of Aylesbury is over, we may now part ways and continue on our separate business. However, if you would permit it, I would like to travel with whatever group we may call ourselves.
Groups are generally safer. Shenanigan.
Every time Nurse walks up, Mana.
That group names probably originate from the people who witnessed the exploits and not the groups themselves.
I will assume the name is TBD.
And hence
That
it remains.
is to be determined.
Thank you.
I have traveled for many weeks in Stranalis by myself, and it was not enjoyable. I would prefer to stick with you all.
Yeah. I'd be happy with that.
The next question is, do our goals, do they align?
Well, I have to go to Creekmont now.
I will need to start returning home.
And where is that?
Scans files for location that I have forgotten.
Zonwell.
Zonwell. I was like, yes, it starts with an X, but because of all these other names, it has now faded from memory.
Is that like past Creekmont?
I do
believe
not
it
see
is.
the map currently. Also, I cannot see it.
I cannot
Yes.
see, so I cannot breathe. There we go.
This map should just be blacked out for me.
Hey, there you go. That's an easy geographical lineup.
Is that certainly convenient? I think My duty to this town in particular is done, but I still have a duty to the clergy as a whole to make us more favorable in the eyes of the common folk. So, if it is good that we will be doing, I have no problem traveling with all of you.
My quest will take me all around Stranalis. I aim to pass through every place possible. As some would say, I am easy.
Hey, that's great, Mom. Thought about
I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere.
See that part very done.
Well, we have only one question remaining then. Shall we take the route by land or by sea?
Definitely by sea.
And I believe with the work we have done here, they would be willing to help us with our passage.
Do any of you know where Cal wants to go?
Where is Cal?
He's right over there. He's not actually dead.
He seems to be stuck in a
Not with the orc?
No, those were jokes earlier.
No, he's getting a healing touch from, what's her name, Kinoa.
But less of it. I mean, they train together a lot.
It's a lot of training.
They really work up a sweat.
Their clothing is also always so disheveled.
Meanwhile, every time you go in there, it's like she's asleep in the chair.
Quinoa.
So, obviously you can plan further, or even seek out ships if you like to see which are, well, available at the time. You can tell that a lot of trading ships are obviously en route to certain locations. This is just one of the many stops.
Yes, let's see if
Also-
there are any ships already going to Creekmont and we can catch a ride.
Catch a
Catch a ride.
With the scooter.
We will.
Also, I don't really know what kind of relevance this information has to all of you, but after conferring with the collective, that Dragonborn's god was dead.
Dead as just he followed a false god, the one that was no longer.
Apparently, Kala has been gone for a long time.
Then
What
where
are the
was he getting his
implications?
powers?
Maybe he was deceived.
Yeah, that's possible.
If they had the ability to look like anyone, maybe they could take on the appearance of his god. Gather followers.
Yeah, but he also struck out on his own purely for his own self-benefit, so they clearly aren't very good at it.
Anyway, I was thinking, Zircon,
Yes, Cal?
you're like going home, right? Can I go with you?
Of course, you're all welcome to come with me. I am,
All right.
Amazing coincidence.
I am sure that my family would be gracious to have you. Especially Rylax and Leoris, who saved my life multiple times.
I would love to meet this Scrat.
He is a stranger.
You met a Scrat?
I don't know what that is, but
Kobold.
Oh.
I want
He's
to meet whoever trained you.
Oh,
I thought it would be a humanoid rat. That's disappointing.
Anyway, these rock things that we took from the kobolds are actually worth a fair bit.
yes, they are, actually. They are worth almost an immeasurable fortune in that cave. And that's why my family will probably be ecstatic and chew my head off about it for the next few weeks.
Of course.
I guess let's go get to work trying to get a boat.
Alrighty. So, as you're heading down to the various docks, you do see. Well, I could slide you guys over for a brief moment.
Oh yeah, do they make those statues?
Yes, they are currently working on it with full epic pose and everything.
Hell yeah.
I'd like
We
to
can come
go
back
see
for it later.
So we'll do a little gnome celebration as we go through the selection.
Oh, lovely. Can Zircon make, like, little figurines of us that they can work on?
They'd be very crude.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
then they can
technically
use it as a
could.
reference.
I pull up like this little rectangle slab and I hand it to you and you're like, what's this? I'm like, it's you. Close the door.
Alright, so the first one that you see, obviously these are just the one that came in with the various soldiers. The Dragon Quipper.
Oh.
Obviously you could tell a lot smaller, but you could also see it's a lot more menacing than the others. Obviously clearly designed for battle. You can see the various Vermilion Guard that are still part of the ship's crew, which, as you think of the fact that 12 people were also stacked on this with the Paladin as well, is a fairly cramped location. So, that would be one of the first options that you could choose from approaching. And you guys can see everything, right? I hope dynamic lighting isn't.
I can see boat, yes.
All right.
Yep, it's not.
Yeah, I see.
The boats. Alrighty. But you do see a rather harsh looking captain that's barking out orders quite a lot. There you go. It runs Dragonborn, obviously full plate himself, but you can tell he's one of the various commanders here, but was obviously trusted enough to get the Paladin here along with his regiment. The other one, larger but questionable, is the Dwarven Keg Runner.
That is a lot of kegs.
Various noisy dwarfs, full armor, walking around, kind of jeering a little bit at the Dragonborn Quipper. You could tell that the soldiers are being more professional and kind of just ignoring them for the current circumstance and situation. But you see the so-called captain is a definite rum lover himself and has 2 flintlocks as well as a peg leg on one of them.
I love him.
He looks amazing.
As you can hear the crew and a few others just kind of like spitting out a little bit of a little bit of hot, nasty shit at the other Dragonborn. It's just like, hey, I saw your mom last week. She was in my wife's purse. The other, like, really dumb, drunk dwarven shit.
Mom's purse?
Coin. Maybe.
Conclusion.
Maybe.
Not humorous.
You have been analyzed.
So, you can tell, not the smartest, obviously, they just run beer, but it does bring the question of, especially for the fact that, if they have this much issue, why are they still free trading? You assume, probably just because it's Aylesbury. But, the final one that is very quizzical, rather magnificent looking ship, with the humongous black painted front figurehead of a dragon, with a pair of Dragonborn who seem to be kind of having a discussion, bickering amongst each other. And you can see that they are definitely not dressed like the other various Dragonborn. They seem to be a lot more relaxed.
That's a huge dragon head.
That is amazing.
Wow.
That's pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie. But I'm getting
That's
some
lovely.
serious pirate vibes.
Yeah.
This guy, obviously covered in various gold, the nice full black fur trench coat, along with like a gold silk sash and other things like that, covering over with the full colorful bandana, keep the back horns up with everything else. As he seems to be having a discussion very loudly with another Dragonborn who has a very, very distinct and unique accent compared to his. They sound like completely different areas and locations of the land. Zircon, you're not even familiar with his tongue. Though, hilarious enough, Cal, you recognize a little bit of it from far down south.
Yeah, I recognize his tongue alright.
Oh. You recognize this tongue?
Would this ship has this ship been around long enough for me to know of its existence?
For this one, it looks more recent. You could tell that they're obviously without a crew currently. So, you would imagine that aside from the other two, that one obviously is very questionable with what they're spitting at the other Dragonborn. The other one that's very cramped. This one seems the most amiable.
I don't trust them.
I'd imagine everyone just hears Cal kind of say that out loud.
I mean, if somebody suggests that boat, I'll be like, it looks very suspicious.
What do you mean by suspicious?
Well, like, they could just be, you know, long-time sailors or something more nefarious.
Are these our only three options?
Currently, yes. As the others already have plans, you can tell that. Unfortunately, the others are already heading out or heading in another direction entirely because they've already come from Creekmont.
I think democracy would be best for this kind of situation.
Voting?
I vote for the dwarf boat.
I'd also like to go to the dwarf boat. Sounds like
Seems,
fun.
That is too.
seems the most comfortable.
I would be outnumbered here regardless.
I would prefer the
what do you
first
think of-
vote, but I don't think we would all fit.
I would
it
have
seems true.
preferred the profession of the soldiers. If anything were to happen on the voyage, at least they would be prepared.
Also, the soldiers are a fan of you.
Well, that's true. Guess they're less likely to do something to me in my sleep, at least.
Nobody will do anything to you in your sleep.
I agree with the soldiers.
I really like the Dragonborn boat. Looks so comfortable.
And by the way, those stairs aren't painted red. Those are red velvet carpet covers.
That's pretty
Of
amazing.
course.
Lavish.
It was
Yeah.
awful.
Wouldn't the sea air ruin that?
You'd think so. They look like they're new.
They just replace it every like couple months. The velvet stairs are getting real icky.
Tear them off and get some new ones.
Half of our storage is taken up by replacement carpet.
That's the way I like it, damn it.
They took the magic initiate feat so they could get prestidigitation. Just keep having
Value.
it on the stairs all every day.
I guess I'll vote for the dwarves. Makes the soldiers look unrealistically cramped.
Like if it weren't for the fact that we probably wouldn't fit with the soldiers, probably go with the soldiers.
Democracy has won.
Dwarf keg runner.
With thunderous applause.
Dwarf, 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 dwarf.
We're like, all of us are going to be like, so where do we sleep? And they're like, in the kegs.
Get in the fucking kegs already!
Just,
Sounds good to me.
just fine with that. Like,
I like how they have a bathtub, and it's like, how do they use that?
You like open a keg and there's already someone in it.
This
Oh
one
god,
taken.
human trafficking!
No, they're like those like pod apartments.
oh,
Yeah.
Alright,
It's
so
actually really nice inside. There's like a bed, insulation.
so you go to speak with the captain or the various dwarves, I assume.
Yes.
As you
No, I'd like to board this ship and climb into a keg.
ah!
Go.
3 holds down.
Yes, we'll find the captain.
Alright. So, as you go to approach, you can see a few other people are kind of eyeing your group all together, and they're just like, "What the fuck is that? I've seen a couple of drow before, but what the fuck? Is that a walking pudding bowl?"
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning to you. Big ironclad boy. What can
You
we...
are
we
trying
do-
to travel to Kriegbont.
Oh, hold back there, Dave. Got business with all them walking boots.
We have a lot of business in Kriegmont and beyond. You are also heading to Kriegmont, are you not?
yeah.
Well, we might be. Captain, we're still dropping that order off there. You'll see the very jovial captain with a big old bottle of red rum quickly kind of push past everyone. Yeah, what's up? Oh, what's going on? What's going on? Yeah, we're heading there. And your lot, are you looking for passage?
Yes, we are looking for passage. Is that acceptable?
Well, we like to keep on time. We do have some spare cabins, but it's usually about 2 gold a head per city going over. If you're going far south with us to Gladport, you're gonna have to pay a hefty toll of 20 gold a head. It's not easy getting enough supplies for people.
Just a Creekmont, and some of us do not need cabins nor supplies.
Oh, that's working even better, even better. Well, those who don't need to eat and drink and whatever, because like you could tell he's like looking at you, but not really. His eyes are kind of like listing to the left of you.
Guys are here.
Is he doing it on purpose? We don't know.
So, like, how many of you can you eat? What the fuck? Like, they just, you can tell his eyes like reach you, Relax Roman, like with the vibrant pink slime. It's just like, what is that?
Hi. I'm Rylax. Hello.
Hi. You look like something out of like the fucking candy shop I saw over in fucking Creekmont. Where are you?
It's a long story and kind of hard to explain. Also, they got a candy shop there. That sounds nice.
Is that right?
Oh yeah, they got all sorts of sugarcane fields and shit. They fucking love their sweets there. It's great for rum. They especially like their spiced rum at the port there. Though they don't let us go past the Demon's Farthing or anything like that. Of course everyone else can, but since we've got beards and they can't grow any hair, he like yells at the other ship across the way. You can even see like a few of the other Dragonborn like are starting to get a little agitated now, but they're still keeping professional composure because they know their captain would probably kick their fucking ass.
Bunch of drunk dickheads on the other boat.
So, well, as you say, for those who don't need anything like food or drink wise, I could cut the price in half for like 1 gold a head for those people.
We will also defend the ship should any encounters occur.
Yeah,
We
hopefully.
are capable fighters.
Hopefully not, but there's a whole bunch of other people who don't fucking appreciate that we're selling out to here and other places, but hopefully none of them fucking bother us, and they keep to their fucking selves, as he yells again across the way. Hairless, beardless bastards.
He looks at me and punches me. Feeling the racism against my kind right here.
So
You're standing in front of actual racism.
he's just a fucking sleuth of insults. So, what do you say? We'll be heading out soon, or just resupplying a little bit longer here.
Yes, I'll have a quick word with my companions about the terms.
For when he says resupply, go ahead and roll me an insight for anyone who cares to.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, right.
He's too drunk to drive.
I just don't care. This man has insulted me and my I got on the
Seems
ship.
legit. They are resupplying.
Yeah,
I'm gonna roll insight as well because of we heard about the
Just regular
guy-
supplies.
Totally legal dwarves.
Well, the
Totally
guy
legal.
that stole all the gold ran away with dwarves.
He did.
All right. So with that, especially on the insight for this, Cal, like you can tell, like he carries himself a little bit like the guard captain when you had originally met him. At the same time, you can tell he is definitely way too fucking drunk to drive the ship appropriately right now.
I step away from the captain into the group huddle. They have offered 2 gold ahead for our passage, and 1 gold for those of us who require less things. However, do we want to reconsider?
I still stand by my choice of the soldiers.
These guys seem really annoying.
These guys seem like real upstanding folk.
It will make for an interesting journey.
Or an extremely insulting and humiliating one.
I thought they were fine.
So to make you more comfortable, we can seek other options.
They seem like fun.
I am outnumbered yet again.
I do care about how you feel, Zircon.
Yeah, I mean, they were kind of directly insulting you. So, I mean, if you really want to, we can go on the soldier boat. I'm fine with that.
I do not mind putting up with it for a few days.
Okay, how long would this boat travel take?
For the keg runner, as you can already see at the far right indication, especially for the fact that this ship is obviously outfitted to sail as fast as possible with a larger spanning sail catch as well. It would probably take, at most, if bad weather, the 2 weeks stretch if it's bad weather all the way. You could tell, though, if they do get good sailing, they could probably make this sail in like a good singular week.
Did you say week there? Or you cut out?
1 to 2 weeks is what we've got.
Okay.
Yeah, 1 week for good weather all the way. 2 weeks if it's just bad weather. So basically in between.
So probably like 10 days or so.
Yes.
Yeah, sure, I'm in.
Into
That's
what?
I look at you quizzically.
I wasn't sure if we were still on the topic of the dwarf boat or not.
There's definitely more space on this one.
There's
Yeah, I don't
heaps
think
of
the other
space.
boat can fit all of us. I don't take up almost any space.
Very well. Are any of you unable to pay for passage?
What, 2 gold?
Yes.
That's fine.
I actually do have money at the moment. I can take care of my own.
Very well.
Is Green coming with me?
Green.
What?
Small ooblex.
With that, yes, if you're taking them, because obviously,
Yeah.
with some knowledge, you do know that there is a place you can bring him at Creekmont.
Oh, well, that's good. Yeah. So then, yeah, I will also pay for Green, because I don't know how much Green's going to eat.
Alright. Captain! We will be joining you on your voyage.
That's fantastic. Love a little extra money. You boys, I told you, keeping those spaces clean and clear would be paid off a lot. So, a whole lot of you, I assume?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yes.
Alright. Obviously, make yourselves ready. We'll hold her in port for a week at tops if need be, since there's already so many of you. Gives us some time. I have to grab a few extra supplies anyway. By the way, her name is Jim.
Oh, Jim. I was sort of ready to go now.
Well, I guess I'll be sure. Alright, boys. Hurry up. Go pay the extra fees. And you can see, like, a few of them just kind of, like, sigh that they have to go open up the hold and start getting a few extra supplies just in case. Jim. It sounds like Jim, but it was a little more oomph to it.
Jim.
Name's Jim. Like really aggressive Jim.
Jim.
Yeah, like the gem. Yeah. Like a gem. Jim.
Understood.
Don't talk to the gangs, especially. Hey, so what you doing later?
Keg stands up and just slaps you and walks away.
The kegs will never threaten to stab you, and in fact cannot speak.
Well, alright, I'm gonna get some of my stuff together. Meet back here soon, or...
Jim, how soon can you get the ship ready?
Let's see, probably an hour at the least. You still have to push off.
Alright, meet back in an hour then.
Alright.
I want to go talk to Olon Rich High.
You're doing that. James.
Oh, you know what?
Get ready.
How long do we have, sorry?
An hour.
How long does it take to get to the orc camp?
The orc camp's just on the edge of town. Like.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna spend that time doing what I said I'd do and make them a fucking coliseum.
Hell yeah!
Go with them.
Because I did say I would do that for them when we won the fight. It was like the extra influence to get them in the fight.
I'll go as well.
And I'll go buy more moonshine.
Yeah, you know what all your brothers like. You're the grand architect. I just make it.
And to be like, this there, that there, oh, deeper.
It'd be really cool if you make some stairs that lead all the way up there, and then a rope that I could jump on. I can't make rope.
What do you mean you can't make rope?
Stone rope. Do it.
Stroke.
Just like stone chain link, it'll be fine.
I think that will crumble immediately.
Oh, no, it'll be fine. I believe in you.
Belief does not change the fact.
Work with me here.
Oh, and to Mayor, the Mayor,
Yes.
I need to give him the peace crown, which and all the documents for the peace and trade treaties.
So, especially with that, he'll be overly ecstatic. Oh, thank God.
I apologize, it is a bit late to come to your hands.
This is probably the most best news after the victory.
I understand it may be an uneasy peace for some time, but I am hoping that in the future it will create prosperity for everyone involved.
I can definitely believe easily that there will be peace for quite some time after this, and especially with Krigmoth sending the regiment there, I feel especially extra comfortable staying with confidence that I feel like this town can hold its own now, and even with with your plans to leave. I don't expect you to stay here forever. It'd be sheer ridiculousness.
Of course, I do need to return to the family.
Of course.
But yes, this is also yours as well, and I present him the crown. One of the crowns from the king himself.
You can see he, looks a little stunned, especially for the, how immaculate this crown is. I will be sure to make sure that the artisans craft a proper display case here in the main town hall with a well-kept lock and show, obviously, full honors.
Of course, it would be best to respect that which was given to you by his own little majesty.
Of course.
I hope that things will start to look up for your town, Mayor.
They already do. I will never be able to say thank you enough.
It is my pleasure as a member of the Razdarim family to help those that we deal with.
I will make sure that you and any of your family in the future will always have a place here in Aylesbury, even if it has to be my own house.
I appreciate your kindness.
Stands for your friends as well.
I could not have done it without them.
You're damn right. Anyway. Have you notified the surrounding towns about Thorkin and him being wanted?
The last you told me was towards Creekmont. If you do manage to get any sign of him there, that'd be appreciated. Obviously, if the coffers could be recovered, it'd be even better, but I'd imagine after this much time, there probably wouldn't be much left.
Well, I was just wondering, I do still have your writ. If you want to write up something so we can let the authorities of Creekmont know to be on the lookout.
I'll take a moment then, before you leave, to write that up and make sure that everyone there in that city will be hunting that man down for the traitorous actions against the innocents of Aylesbury and trying to ruin families and many decent shopkeepers' lives.
Just in case we come across him and the authorities there think we're doing not the correct thing.
Hopefully they will respect my writ, I know. Many of the Dragonborn handle their situations themselves. So with that, he will take a moment to basically give you a bounty warrant for the captain, the previous dwarven captain. And obviously give it the appropriate Aylesbury seal and stamp.
Hey, I've got one of those.
Yeah. Everyone, you find the bastard. Break one of his legs for me.
Pleasure.
You can tell, that's the biggest amount of spite that Olin Richai seems to be capable of building up in himself.
Oh, also there's a huge pile of gold underground in the sewers.
A huge pile of gold.
You might want to check it out. Not sure if it's still there. Maybe your friend was storing all the gold he stole there for before he fled. But didn't really have time to check it out while we were getting ready.
I'll give them both a knock on that immediately then.
Payzon's been down there before. He should know where it is.
All right. I'll go speak with him after. Safe journeys to you. I will pray to the gods that the oceans are kind. It's been rather risky out there for a lot of the traders.
Don't tell me that.
Sorry.
Been a long time since I've been on a boat.
I would imagine, especially for such a short journey, you can breathe a sigh of relief. It's not towards the grand open ocean.
Well, it's been a pleasure. Don't fuck it up.
I will make sure that everyone is doing what they are supposed to. Inspect everything quite regularly.
Just turn around and like give a wave as I walk out.
Alrighty. So, Ralex says you go to visit Payzon as well, as they finish up the mayor. You could see that Shelly Cinderwater is unknowingly musing for him as she's kind of like sitting there with her arcane study. He is painting basically a full portrait of her, hard at work with the sunlight that's kind of like on her as she's reading.
That's really awesome. Hopefully he's using his own paint again. He doesn't come to life.
It's a new Shelly. What?
Say hello to Shally too. I don't need you anymore.
No!
I painted a new girlfriend. I'll walk up and knock.
Huh? So with that, you can see Payzon kind of jumps a little, and Shelly just kind of like very calmly looks over. The door is actually opened by Unmaker, hilariously enough.
Ah.
So, with that, he'll come in.
Yes. I was just coming by to say goodbye. I don't know if I'll ever be back here again.
Well, if anything, send letters. To be sure, stay in touch.
I'll give it my best try. I hope that you two have made amends. So sad to see what happened to you.
Wait.
Oh, no.
Are you going into the floor over there?
Yeah, boy!
It just sinks into the floor.
I no longer wish to keep listening to you, and I just merge into the floor.
You can really just opt out of a conversation.
It's a really good way to hide.
Yeah, because you can see without like actually having your eyes out of the stones. You can just hide underneath the rock.
It's pretty clever.
I feel like being in a rock should really mess with your acoustics.
Ah, because now the vibrations are all around me.
So, at that point, they both happily come over. And yes, we've managed to work out a significant portion of the differences between us, and obviously both of us are far more significant to the other than we had originally realized. We'll be sure to keep our temperament appropriate as well. You can see Payson fairly relaxed. And it's actually rather surprising to see him this relaxed as is.
Relaxed.
Well, if things keep going for the better, we even discussed of maybe even possibly getting married if things keep turning out well and we feel the spark keeps going.
That's great. That's great.
Obviously, if we do move forward with that, we'll be sure to try to send you all invitations.
Yeah, that might be kind of hard.
I'm sure. You could see Shelley's like, I'm sure I might be able to work something out down the road once I master a few more spells.
Yeah, I can already send messages all the way back home, so I'm sure you can manage.
I hope your little friend has been doing well. Made sure he had plenty of food and other things to eat. We weren't really sure as to what he could eat, but it seems everything worked just fine.
Yeah, I can also eat just about everything.
That's good, though. Don't have to worry too much.
Yeah, they're fine. They're fine. You did a good job.
Just don't be a stranger, okay?
I won't. I'll come by if I can.
So where are you heading next, anyway?
We're going to Creekmont. That's where that man Gomfic said he came from. Well, the lady told us that's where Gomfic came from.
Yes, Bella. Well, then I wish you the best, and well, I'll be keeping an optimistic mind. I would imagine if things fall quiet for a while, you're just resting your eyes.
Yeah, hopefully. It could be a lot worse than I think it will be. But this turned out a lot better than I thought it would, so there's that.
Immensely better. Oh. Before you go, not the greatest of gifts, but we figured it might help a little bit. I wasn't sure from your amorphous form, but something that might be helpful to you? Just in an emergency. And also kind of a humorous one. She'll hand you kind of like a rune carved club.
It's a stick.
So, well, it has more of an interesting property of, especially if you're trying to escape someone, they'll be forced to dance in place until they get free of the effect.
That does sound kind of funny.
So she will happily hand that over as you get the dancing club.
The dancing club. I love it. Club of Force dancing.
Oh my god.
It's like in those gangster movies where like dance and they shoot at their feet.
Quite
You're
lit-
swinging the clubhouse. Well, thank you for thinking of me. This might end up saving my life at some point.
I hope it would be helpful. It's one of my earlier creations. It's helped me quite a lot before I met Payson. A lot of grabby people at the bar.
Here? Everybody here seemed pretty well behaved.
Before I came here.
Oh.
Also, be sure to tell everyone hello and goodbye from us as well.
I'll be sure of it. I wish you two the best.
So, with that, we'll be up there. Head on out as they go to continue on with their studies in craft. As for you, Cal, you do see, as you go to say bye to Quino, she is a little sad that you're leaving, but understands, especially from the other night, and is also glad that you had managed to survive the heinous battle that happened. And knows that obviously you have other intentions that you still need to continue following. She will actually give you the item for free as a farewell parting gift and to remember her.
Shit, now I can't sell it the second we get the creature. Well, it's like, I'm buying this because we're going to be traveling for 2 weeks on a boat. I'll thank her. And, well, think of you every time I drink one of these potions and don't die.
You better not. Not after everything that's happened already, anyway.
Well, you take care of this town. Richa is going to need you for sure.
I can definitely say that my spells and skills will not be wasted.
And so you're basically the only legitimate business here. I'll see you around.
Farewell. And for the other part, you will find out Ronbeck is her father's name.
Ron Beck. Alright, that's me done. I make my way to the boat.
Making my way downtown.
Which is where I
Smoking
assume
crack.
I meet Zircon and he shows me his new thing.
Oh yes, we will need a tree for this. A large one.
Alright.
Rocks and trees.
Yes. Where is it? Where is it? I had it here
Yes.
somewhere.
The fuck is it?
Fuck actually is it? I have too many things.
What every wizard has said their whole life.
Oh, you know why? 'Cause
I don't have enough things.
I looked at I looked at the wrong skill. The one I thought I could do is wrong. Instead I just show you the one where I just vanish into the fucking floor.
We never saw him again. Fell through the world.
That's pretty neat.
Just reappear. I have learned to merge with the stone of sorts.
I can punch people.
That still is useful. And you do punch harder than I.
It's not about harder, it's about better placement.
Well, yes.
Alright. I hope these doors aren't as annoying as they look.
Alright. So, what am I gonna believe? Travel on over to the boat.
Yes.
At this
I'll
point,
see him go.
you can see Captain Jem is ready.
Jim.
Jem.
Yes.
Good old Jim.
Okay, I'm ready to have racism thrown my way the whole trip.
Ready to protect you.
I can protect myself.
Form the shield of anti-racism.
Surround him, surround him.
Code 42! Code 42!
I'm sad that there's nothing on this entire ship made of stone where I may just put myself in it so I can ignore them.
Little Mel.
I hate you so much, I would rather be inside of a solid rock right now.
Could meditate the whole time.
Alrighty, so with that, as you're ready, you can see they finished loading up the hold. The main floor of the ship, as you can see towards the center, leading down past the various kegs, and obviously loaded up with the extra supplies. You can already smell that the kitchen staff seems to be cooking up something pretty damn good. Though for you nerds, it's definitely not your mom's barbecue. Seems a little too salty.
I fucked up.
Alright. So, especially with that, you can see that there are a few people that have come by to bid you farewell on your way out. As some people did overhear the conversation and saw that you were already making plans. You could see a few Dragonborn look a little surprised that Zarkon getting on this ship with the extremely racist dwarves.
I look very unhappy about it.
So with that, Captain Jim will be asking for the gold, obviously, just to make sure before setting out.
I'm expecting to have a 20% increase in the price when he asks it from me.
He still keeps it the same for you, Zircon, surprisingly.
Strangely enough.
But you can hear a subtle, very subtle, well, subtle, not so subtle. He's trying to be subtle, but he's too drunk to be subtle.
What?
I thought they were filthy before. This one's got crap crumbling off him the whole time.
Excuse me, what did you say? I didn't quite hear that.
No, just accidentally stubbed my thumb, putting no gold in my.
Here's your 200 copper.
How much did he want again?
2 gold.
I think I do need to eat though and stuff, so.
It's sadly true. You don't have the perfect body yet.
Not yet. So, if it was 2 gold for people that don't need to eat, how much was it for people who need food and bedding?
2 for people who
There's
do.
one.
Yeah.
It was 1 gold for people who don't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thought it was going to be more expensive.
Yeah, because you guys are going a short distance for them.
Okay.
We're just catching a ride.
If you were going to like Grim Patel or Borderell, you would be jacking the price up quite significantly, because that's going through danger territory.
Yeah.
I will pay 2.
Alright.
So, thank you for the ride.
I will give them 4 gold.
Interesting.
I think you overpaid.
No, it's fine. Trust me. I might end up eating more than you expect.
Fair enough. I don't see a stomach on you, so I guess they're whole. Like he does a little hand wave motion, like around you, like your whole body's like absorb.
Yeah, let's leave it at that.
All right.
We don't need to think on it hard.
So with that, you can immediately hear him after he gets everyone's money to start stomping up towards the helm of the ship. He just immediately starts calling out. All right, boys, time to get your beards in the wind again. With that, waste no time. You can see, especially the more longer-reaching kind of polearm masks for these books to start pushing off after they draw on all the ropes, start catching the wind appropriately, start breaking over the waves to get out into the open ocean again fully. You start setting out a little bit towards on the midday side, but you're now in the main open areas of the waters.
Real question though, do we get the hammocks or the beds? I assume we get the hammocks.
You get the beds.
Oh wow.
Nice.
I'm legitimately impressed. I thought they would give us the hammocks and be like, that's the best you're getting, dude.
And yes, there are doors there. It's just I didn't bother putting doors down for this. So you can close your rooms. But yes, as you are setting out, obviously the Rum Runner is a very heavy ship. She sits fat at the bottom, but a little skinnier on the top side. You could see that, especially with the various heavy sails there, that the big heavy canvas there is catching the wind quite significantly. Even the dwarfs marching around in various chainmail still. Even though they are sailors, you can tell that they are still comfortable moving around in their armor as they have. Every single one of them has their own crossbows and scimitars to match. And the obvious smell wafting up from the kitchen below, on the saltier side, seems to be almost like a seafood gumbo kind of mixed in all together. You can see that from the backside, aside from the safety catching nets that they do have in case people get flipped over the side, they have an extra net kind of out back dragging, almost like a fisherman's line, as they are just kind of trying to make sure to catch a little extra food on the side and just kind of enjoy the ocean life of the Gulf that they're currently in. So, at that, the captain will tell you, we got a couple of seats downstairs if you want to go. There's also whatever the cook's been putting out for food, and help yourselves to some of the drinks. So, with that, you'll see one of the open areas from where the smell is wafting up from, the stairwell that goes down through the kitchen into the main floor below. Hey, one of the other crewmen will also tell you that to get below, there's also going through the main bunks down this way, which will lead to the other various rows, where you could see that there is just a shelf covered with various selections of rum, as well as bread and cheese.
Bread and cheese, bread and cheese, bread and cheese. And cheese.
Salted crackers.
For the cheeses and breads and other thing, you can roll me a nature survival if you like. Just kind of, especially between like the grains, the smells, and even just like survival on the basis of cooking. Unless somebody has cooking utensils, which they can roll for me if they want to recognize a huge portion of these.
It's cheese.
Alright. So, Relax, you will... for you, Relax, you recognize, obviously, the atypical dwarven kind of hardtack. This hardtack looks like it's been left out quite some time because there's literally dust around it. At that point, if you like do a little bit of the on top of it, it sounds like a literal stone. It's been out so long, it's literally petrified. At the same time, you do see more of unique kind of cheeses. Some that are obviously from the further south that you don't recognize, but others that seem kind of more of like a tangy kind of goat cheese that a lot of dwarfs are pretty famous for making in mass. As well as a very deep-hued orangish yellow cheese that seems to have various flakes and pieces of kind of plants within it. That you could tell some of the cheese wheels are cut into. They're smaller in proportion to the large ones you've seen before. So that's why they've been stacked up here. But it looks like, at most, from the other various cheese knives here that you've seen, obviously seems to be cut out in smaller wedges. Do you want to try one of the smaller ones? Because that one has an interesting kind of like creamy spice scent to it.
I will try it, sure.
Alright. Obviously, these guys have spent some time as you kind of give this a little bit of taste. It is basically dragon pepper cheese from one of the dragonborn cities on the coast. Very likely Creekmont.
So they like dragonborn food.
Yes, this is very spicy. Like, a lot of people who can't tolerate heat would probably not eat this. This is like the equivalent of eating like habanero cheese, except on the little bit of creamier side.
Ow. I put it back.
At the same time, you also see a unique bread that will go alongside with that, but you can tell a large portion of that's been cut off, where it seems like whole garlic knots have been, like the bulbs themselves separated and skin, but kind of like stuffed into this bread, making almost like a full, kind of like a garlic bread, except like roasted garlic within it.
Oh, stop, you're making me hungry in real life. I could go for some garlic bread right now.
with that, obviously, anyone else who would like to try and check on the various items, you could see.
Is there a crow's nest?
Yes, there it is. It's at the very top of the 3 posts.
Is there anyone in it?
Currently, no. They don't have any worries right now, as they are just leaving Aylesbury. You could tell there's not much worry there. They seem to know this route a fair good amount, as they seem really relaxed, and you haven't really heard of anyone kind of crashing near Aylesbury, kind of like reef or sandbar situation. You would
I'm
also
gonna climb up.
All right. So they don't stop you. You can tell they're comfortable with Drow being on the ship, which is a curiosity in itself. You know, that's definitely more of a akin to the South. So, who would like to roll me a d20 on the first day of travel?
Oh, hell yeah. It's gonna be good.
Oh.
So, first day is good weather. So, you actually make quite a significant amount of travel, and is fairly calm seas. There's not very much going on. You can tell by the various rotations of the moon that it's probably going to be fairly calm. Especially after the first day, you can hear quite a few of the dwarfs kind of singing a few sea shanties here and there. Some even kind of mixing in a little bit of the human axe and strike the board, cut the ropes, and throw them a whore kind of joke in reference to pirates and fighting them. Obviously, the whore being the distraction for the seas for the pirates to go grab. But as they press on, there is obviously you can tell what looks like the first mate, as Jim is looking like he's about to nod off. Just kind of naturally goes over and just kind of tags him out and switches off for. Basically, and Jim goes immediately into his room and just kind of passes out on his bed. So, as the first night kind of comes in, you can tell they take it to half sail, just so things are a little bit slower. At night, it's harder to spot anything. At this point, you see, especially now that it's nighttime, 2 will actually go into the crow's nest. Cal, you are in the midst one, but they're not too worried about it. 1 at the front and 1 at the back, just to be sure, keeping sights in both directions.
Oh.
And eventually, they do welcome you to come on down, as the food is prepared for the night. Obviously, the kind of like seafood gumbo-esque that's been, for some, maybe a little heavily salted, but you could tell that they are obviously heavy-handed with spice. They like everything with an extra punch of flavor, and Relax, you could tell that just from the curious selection of food they've kept on the extra rack over there. You can see that they do lay out a huge cooking pot with the bowls. As you can see that they have kind of like a small chain where the dwarf just kind of pulls it from the wall, loops it around the giant gumbo pot, and puts it in like an eye hook area where it holds it down tight in case the ship is shifting at any point, so people can serve themselves up some food. With that, you do see a few of them coming on down for basically continuing a card game that looks like they've had originally laid out. It looks like they are trading very small cut gems. Obviously from Borderell or Grim Bateau. And so with that, you do hear them kind of mumbling back and forth a little bit. So there's a few eyes cast in the direction where Zircon is in one of the rooms.
Are they being racist again?
Roll me a perception.
You know what? I'm listening.
Oh no!
Oh, I got a natural 20.
Oh! You hear a few of them kind of mumbling, like, it's good that the captain's paying us extra coin, ferrying passengers between the Gulf here. If they're going any further south, I would fucking take them to Gledport and fucking pawn them off. You can hear the other one just kind of mumbling. Just kind of mumbling as like, yeah, you know, I'm fucking looking at that other one. It seemed to be kind of like looking past you. I wonder if he was even paying attention at all, or if he's just soft in the fucking head. I would imagine that a lot of the girls back home would pay a pretty penny to have a nice belt or a purse made out of his skin.
Holy fucking shit.
Fucking excuse me.
Whose skin are they making a belt out of? The orc?
Zircon.
Oh.
Oh boy.
Go ahead and roll me a perception. Cromsteel. See if you can hear this, because Zircon and Relax definitely did.
Well, I'm done there. I'll throw up.
Yeah, I've got.
Yeah, Leoris gets it by default. Oh, Nurse does no go.
I have 16 passive insight and perception.
Good lord.
It's my passive there.
11.
Is this during the night when this conversation happens?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I would have not told the dwarves that I am sentient when I'm asleep, and that I just shut off completely, but I'm actually just standing there and watching them.
Yeah, but go ahead and roll perception if you're going to listen to this, because
I would like to eavesdrop on everything.
yeah, because they're kind of whispering back and forth between each other.
Okay.
Unfortunately, Crowsteel, you will not catch that conversation. So, Leoris, Zircon, and Relax definitely do. But,
Mystery is just blissfully unaware.
You're fuck-eyed on rum and shit.
Yeah, that's it. Well, like if you say punch that guy, drop the hat, I'm there.
I believe it.
yeah, and you do have access to these crates of rum. These are all rum bottles.
Hello.
Oh, you want in?
Did you just say you were going to make a belt out of my friend?
You can see like all of them just go really fucking wide-eyed, and it's just like, no, we were talking about like how a lot of the women back home, like, you know, the various belts and like kind of snake hide kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Mystery just steps up to this guy.
Puts his hand on his shoulders from behind like the mob entering.
No, just there.
I also heard you saying you were going to sell him into slavery.
It's ridiculous. didn't say anything like that.
Are you very sure?
For sure. He like looks up at Main Street.
Now I put the hand on the shoulder.
Intimidation 100.
Just. You be sure to keep those thoughts to yourself next time.
Go ahead and roll intimidation advantage.
Oh.
See, you can tell he's looking like he'll definitely shut the fuck up now, and there's not going to be any conversation of that anymore.
Just go sit back down and have some more rum.
Sorry.
I won't even look back at him.
Yeah, well, not looking back, I say. Not me, you should apologize to.
Hear a little bit of grumbles from the other two. They just kind of look at him, and you hear the one across from him who's like dealing the cards like, pussy.
What, the other guy in playing cards?
Oh!
Pussy?
Oh, second version. Oh, what happened?
Oh,
Overlapping
second mystery.
Why is
You
that?
but better.
I assume that was an accidental face.
Accidental pastage, hell yeah.
Nice.
Alright. So, obviously, as the night continues, as the others have heard that. And Cal's keeping watch. Cal, go ahead and roll me a perception check as you're sitting in the crow's nest.
I'm not really keeping watch.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll one for me anyway. Oh, no.
Guess I'll take this room. I don't really care.
Alright. As you kind of just like, I would imagine you're just kind of like watching the sky. And basically just kind of occasionally glancing out over the ocean that obviously Hillsbury's disappeared behind view of the Gulf, and just kind of checking out. You do see kind of the small speckles and stars all around. The waxing moons, the waning moons that are there. You can see a brief shimmer of the various colors just kind of dancing in the air. Almost like almost like a aurora borealis, where the light just kind of shimmers for a brief time traveling over the ship.
Yeah, Kel's just sitting with his legs hanging over the ledge, just plucking at his violin.
Alright. So, after some would say a rough start to the first day. I should say the first night. The rest of the night will be peaceful. Go ahead and, for whoever would like to, roll me the d20 for the next day's weather.
Robot, 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 robot,
Robot, robot, robot, robot.
How long does it take you to roll a
Someone else
You
is
weren't
bad.
rolling. Oh, okay. I'll episode. Don't worry about it.
Amazing.
Hey.
I don't like the noise.
I told you I'd do it.
Made.
Who knows what that does?
Oh no. It could mean that the sea carries us to our destination in less than an hour.
Wow. How would you do that?
It's
You
true.
wake up and Zircon's a belt.
What?
Yeah, you never know how the tables are laid out because they keep swapping around which side of the D20 is. But like, if you want to roll high or low for good results, just to keep you on your toes.
So, who would like to roll me a D100, or would you like to continue that chain, Nick?
I feel you should continue.
I think this is my burden to bear.
Do it.
I
It's
brought
all
us
on
into
you.
this mess, and I'm
Roll
taking us to the grave. 84. I'm going all high.
You fight 84 merfolk.
I'd like to leave.
84 so hog.
I cast Dimension Door, where I stab myself and go to the dimension known as death.
So roll me a D2, please.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Okay, so you die instantly.
Alright.
So you become a belt.
So, on the second day, obviously, the captain very heavily hungover. You could tell he looks a little surprised at how many begrudging faces are kind of eyeing him today. And you hear him having a conversation with his first mate, discussing the matter of that he took a Dragonborn on ship. And the only thing you kind of hear Captain Jim kind of say that he's like, I must have been really fucking drunk the other day. Holy shit. So, as the day presses forward, you can see that Captain Jim is kind of steadying his rum, kind of keeping an even pace now to kind of fight off his own hangover.
I'm on top deck now, meditating at the front.
Oh.
This man sees his opportunity.
Agent 47, he's gonna walk up behind you, push, eliminate. He's gonna push you into the water.
Alrighty. Go ahead and roll me an acrobatics, Cal. Ooh, very nice.
Holy shit.
Nice. Oh, never mind.
Fancy form.
Ow.
So,
He's
especially
just balancing like fucking Aang, like just standing up there on like 1 foot, fighting against the wind, with his eyes closed.
especially with the rocking of the ship, and you could feel that the wind is starting to pick up quite heavily today. You do see what looks like kind of storm clouds on the horizon start rolling forward. As the day wears on, you can tell the captain is getting a little nervous, but he continues to press forward. He warns everyone, if it's getting underneath the clouds, get down below deck. It's gonna be a fucking crashy one today. Good tire storm. So with that, especially towards midday, the clouds start washing over, rolling over the top of the boat. The waves start getting higher and higher till finally, Zircon, you can actually start feeling that a few more, centimeters, and the front of the ship is going to be tipping occasionally underneath waves, and you can feel them kind of already washing over your feet.
I will stand up and head back to the room.
Alrighty. So, as the storm ensues, you can tell that quite a few of the dwarfs are up top, pulling in the sails, keeping it very minimal, till there's a point where they have to basically close sail entirely. They would drop the anchor for the time and start quickly moving in. And see, at this point, they're all starting to pack in below. There's inevitably a point where you feel the ship kind of heave. You can see that there's only kind of two people on the upper deck at the moment, as they are obviously just trying to keep eyes on things and make sure that there's no other ships approaching, making sure that nothing's breaking and everything's shored up and tight still. At this point, you can tell there is a bit of superstition going on between some of the dwarfs. As they are kind of looking in the direction, not really of the rest of you, they're more or less kind of like in the direction of Zircon. So, at this point, especially for those, you can hear a few of them like, "Man, I haven't had weather this bad at all for a long time. Only when we took on a Dragonborn, we seem kind of cursed at the ocean right now."
I bet they also think the Earth is flat. That kind of logic. I've never seen the Earth curve.
So, as they are kind of like mumbling this discussion, you hear the captain and the other dwarf quickly rush down, fairly panicked, as he's like, "Everyone, shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Lamps down! Lamps down!" And for those of you who are standing near the center hold as Leors, you can see this. Everything from the outside just goes eerily quiet.
I don't like that.
At that point, you can see you can see a very faint shimmer of purple comes down from the upper hold and shines into the lower decks. Since you're the closest one there, and anyone else is near a window or sorts, so Cal, you see one of the few things that is probably the most nightmarish to see before anyone. You can see Zaimon is full tonight. At this point, you can see the literal tension in the face of all these dwarves as a whole bunch of them see the purple and just kind of immediately kind of just like shuffle for the walls, shoving things out of the way, just trying to get out of the light.
Oh no, I don't know where the light's shining.
Is it like common knowledge that being touched by the light is a bad superstition?
For that one, it's just pure superstition. Anytime there's the moon of Zaimon, you just immediately avoid it. Anything that's being done, you just bunker up and prepare for the worst. You can even see a few of them kind of like holding up crossbows and like aiming at the hold roof, just waiting.
Sorry if this puts you a little on the spot. My religion
is about a goddess of the moon. Do we have any particular teachings regarding this moon?
Regarding this move, go ahead and roll me a religion, actually, Loris.
Oh, yes, I think I'm really bad at.
No.
Being a cleric, that's your own fault.
Please.
The most you know about this, especially since, hilariously enough, obviously being a goddess of the moon, the normal moon, yes. Xylon, as far as you can remember for the teachings, is a cursed sister goddess that had been banished at some point. One of the original ones. So, as far as you could tell, maybe an elder entity that had been trapped and trying to force its way into memory again. But that's the most you remember currently. You know, that would take some time. Or to ask one of your higher-ups.
You see.
It is a good question, Cromsteel. I guess you'll have to figure that out.
There's an actual reason? Oh, fuck.
You've opened a can of worms. You did
Oh,
it.
no.
You did this.
Why is Stranalis cursed?
So, with that, many of you hear this loud screeching caw as you can hear the storm come back stronger tenfold this time. And you hear this cawing get louder and closer as everyone just kind of making sure. You can even see that they threw water even on the stove's fire. Like everything's snuffed out and quiet. As the sound passes over, it looks small. As it lands on top of the hold, you can hear what sounds like the clattering of claws. Leoris, you and the dwarfs managed to see this creature that seems to be walking around on top of the deck. But with that, as its body seems to kind of shift just with energies alone in itself. It doesn't seem to have a physical form. It seems to be comprised entirely of lightning.
Oh, I can't see it. Regardless.
You can see this thing looks around almost quizzically like a normal bird would, before it just kind of does a small hop back and forth, looking around on the deck. And when it spreads its wings and goes to take off again, you hear this deafening just echo across the ship, and the ship heaves for a moment across one side as you see arcs of lightning scorch across the top of the deck. One of them catches into the holes and comes down here and explodes the chair in front of you. As you could just see a whole bunch of the dwarfs just kind of shield their eyes immediately. The captain sees one man like about to gasp out and scream, and just grabs him and just hand over mouth to make sure that there's not a sound brought back out by this man.
Oh no.
And then the bird takes off. And for the rest of the night, you tell that is going to be a very tense night. As the rest of the men try to remain silent and just watch the one giant scorched open hole with the eerily soft purple moonlight shining down in the midst.
You summoned the purple moon, you dragon.
Hey, it's a nice switch, isn't it, Zircon?
instead of people liking me, now they fucking hate me. I'm just glad that the big bird that came down wasn't in the form of a duck.
I know, right?
Oh!
I forgot about that.
Zircon, it's a giant duck.
What? I must kill. I just imagine that whole time it's me sitting there, and there's like, there's light in this room. There's this cowl guiding me around the light.
Pretty much. All right.
I'd probably just push you onto one of the beds in a non-sexual manner.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, the correct.
Understood.
So, obviously, it's quite the sleepless night for some. Others who would like to try to sleep, if you want. You definitely try. You can tell,
Try to do.
but you can tell that the sailors are going to definitely take a level of exhaustion as they are beyond terrified to go to bed as the storm rages outside. Occasionally, in the distance, you still hear the screech of this bird.
Yeah, I'm going to attempt to sleep.
What?
Hoping.
I'm not really scared of it. I'll sleep underneath the stable. I'm not going into my room, though.
I'm less scared of the environment. I mean, that's kind of spooky, but I'm more scared of the dwarves now thinking that I'm cursed and will gank me to get rid of the curse.
I am
I'll
watching
send
them
a
away.
message.
None of them will get in. Don't you worry.
I have to peace out relatively soon. I will defend Zircon.
Okay.
Thanks, buddy. Nice to know I've got good friends.
It's my belt. You can't have it.
Oh my fuck.
Yeah,
It's my belt, man.
I get to wear that Dragonborn as a belt. Nobody else does.
me thinking I have good friends, just everyone else going, wait, that's a great idea, and have claimed it for themselves.
No, he's my belt first.
I knew.
You really are lost.
Gone forever.
Give me the wretched belt.
So, come early morning, especially once the moon seems to disappear from the sky and the purple vanishes and the comforting white comes back. You can see the dwarves wasted no time, even with the throes of the storm a little bit. Immediately raise anchor and head as fast as they can towards Creekmont to get as much distance as they can from this location.
So, how often does the purple light happen?
Yeah, asking one of the random dwarves, say so.
I'm just saying this aloud,
I don't know.
because I assume Chromesteel has no idea what that was.
Yeah, you wouldn't have a singular clue. For everyone else who has grown up in this region, and especially seen it before, it seems sporadic. The longest stretch that Zymon has not appeared in the sky before is that of 3 months. As for the other information mentioned, as you've seen in the astrological handout, it seems to bring ill tidings and seems to almost encourage or summon evil creatures that just inherently appear from nowhere sometimes. Others that have also seemed docile or dormant will sometimes occasionally take rise and immediately start attacking without provocation.
Well, Stranola certainly has its pros and cons.
Well, just think of it like this. Now we know it's not going to happen for a while, so we can be happy. Honestly, we're celebration.
But is it possible that it could happen tomorrow?
I don't know if that's ever happened.
No. There's always a gap.
Unless we roll that exact number again.
Well, there's a first for everything.
We create a scientific phenomena.
Let's set new records in disaster.
I effed us over once. Now somebody else gets effed us over next.
My turn,
yeah,
now that
yeah,
I'm
then.
cursed.
Obviously,
I mean, that was really. I'm happy with my roll.
obviously a 20 can't happen again. Zion has to have a gap in between.
Zircon went for it anyway.
Alright.
I nearly did it.
The storming weather will continue, heavily battering the ship. Especially the very exhausted dwarfs. Seems to be slowing your travel quite significantly. Go ahead and roll me another d20, Zircon.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Alright. That's actually good.
Oh.
So with that, you can hear especially the buckling of the barrels, like straining against the ropes and chains. But nothing seems to come loose. A lot of the dwarfs, even though extremely tired. The worst that seems to really happen is that a few of the ropes come loose for tying down the sails, but the dwarfs are, even though exhausted, able to quickly tie this off and make sure that they are heading further away from the eye of this storm. So, especially after the very, very heavy third day.
Just stealth in there.
Arla, that's reserved for
That is a
Captain
pole.
Jim. Yeah,
Damn it.
that is a pole.
It's reserved for whoever can sneak in.
There are chamber
No, I
pods
mean-
in those bedrooms, though.
I was gonna say I wanted to search his desk.
His toilet.
His desk.
Search his chamber pot for gold. Don't be hiding there.
There's only alcohol in here.
You do see that it connects right next to the kitchen. You can give it a try at some point in the night if you like.
No, there's way too many doors here. If I could go invisible or something, maybe, but I can't.
Alrighty. So, who would like to roll it for the fourth day, as the storm seems to persist? The dwarves are getting tired. Some are too exhausted. Others just seem to be thankful that whatever that creature was didn't fucking set the boat on fire. Though there are still glowering glances being cast in the direction of Zircon's room on occasion. And Zircon, whenever he's up on deck.
I do ask if I can lend my assistance anywhere, despite their hatred for me.
So,
Yeah, jump off.
Yeah, get the fuck off the ship.
with that, you can hear the first dwarf that you've asked, like, yeah, go downstairs and check on the hold. Make sure everything stays there safe.
Go look at
I'm
barrels.
gonna insight this.
He's effectively telling you to fuck off and just go away from him as far as possible.
I know my place here. I'll stay in my room then.
You know your place.
Me trying to be nice. No.
Dwarfs.
Go
Oh,
away.
your place trash.
We don't do that here.
Oh, very nice. Alright. So, with that, the 15, continuing on the bad weather table.
They're 100% gonna believe you're cursed after this.
Fuck him. Like, first day went so well, and then like the moment they were out into the fucking sea in the Gulf, it was just like, ah! Oh my god. It's because of the rolling storm. By the way, Cal, go ahead and roll me another d20. Alrighty.
This trip won't end well.
So, thankfully, once again, not too much. A few things start to get jostled out from where the hammocks are kept, and a few things get tossed around, but the dwarfs just kind of grumble as they have to pick up a few things. Relax. You can see that a few of the cheese wheels go rolling towards the back at the meat and bread table and rum crates that are there. A few smaller wheels kind of get stuck and or fall between the hold's main bar.
I'll go put them back. I've got nothing better to do.
At this point, you can tell that the crew is starting to take a real battering on their morale already.
Well, their morale goes up every night when Leoris dances.
Oh, fuck, it's been like 3 days. I meant to send Reknar a message. Leoris.
Yes, I'm still.
We're literally not doing anything. Are you able to send another message on my behalf?
More than capable.
Alright. Here. Same recipient.
Okay. Reckoner, forward. Crow still cannot return, for his quest is incomplete. Most soul crushed be dealt with. I will inform you when something significant occurs.
Thank you very much.
Alright. And getting back to you in a sense of urgency, since it's been 3 days, and especially since she's received word of the soul crush. Soul crushed are dangerous. Remove, if possible. Guide them back to the light, if can be done. Pursue other Warforged. Free them from their captors.
As usual, I relay all this, and then add, "Is that what you're doing here?"
Yes, my purpose in Lestrana is to ensure Warforged equality is being upheld in these lands.
See. That sounds very...
That is why it is okay for me to travel pretty much anywhere. I will need to go everywhere anyways.
That makes a lot of sense. I've basically been given free reign to go wherever I want, so I'm happy to tag along and help.
That is very comforting. You are a very valuable ally.
Thank you.
So, as the dwarfs come down, you can tell the cook is whipped up something a little more special for the dwarfs to try and bump up morale a little bit, and you did see Captain Jim kind of, tell them to put a little more oomph on this one. Is a full platter of more of like a spiced kind of like cheese, sausage, and brat kind of situation. Some of the roast garlic breads, as well as what seems kind of like a almost like a cheese chowder mixed in with a few of the tuber roots like potatoes and such, and a few carrots to dip it in, and add like an extra wheel of cheese in there just to make sure like when you pull it out it gets that nice string pull each time.
Some good shit right there.
So you can see there's a little bit of grumbling about what they're transporting, but you can tell that the captain is obviously used to having to keep these assholes happy along with himself, as he does. For those of you who've seen him go into his cabin is quite lavish, even with the bathtub that he does have. He has full gold silk gossamer bedspread with a full, like, silken soft pillow. You could tell it's a feather bed from the look of it, as well as like very, very heavy red mahogany desk work and everything else with like inlays of silver filigree around the edges as it's anchored to the main parts of the ship, as well as obviously his wardrobe that he clearly doesn't wear, but it's more decorative, and he has a full dummy in there that just is like clearly meant to be decorative with full honors if he's called into a dwarven court, as well as what seems like a full golden peg leg for the brief intervals that you see, but it's very clear that he keeps it on the rack most of the time and doesn't wear it at all.
He has a gold peg leg?
Mm-hmm. But he's currently wearing his wooden one. You can tell he doesn't seem to have... He loves finery, but he doesn't seem to care to wear it. But that also might be due to the fact that he likes to be so heavily drunk that he doesn't want to ruin it by mistake. So, you can tell that, especially with the little pick-me-up in morale, some of the dwarfs and other guys just, they were grumbling a little bit, especially being tired, and especially with the storm still creaking away, and they're trying to keep half sail going through this. For those who obviously aren't doing anything, go ahead, but for the next weather travel tomorrow, who would like to roll me the next D20?
It's Rosie's turn.
Come on, guys, redeem me.
Alright.
Okay.
The storm continues.
Well,
It gets
thankfully,
worse.
it's not storm. It's a little cloudy, because it finally alleviates a little. But the waves are still rough, which is a hell of a lot more amiable than the rain. So, with that, the dwarfs are relieved to see some relief in the sky. At the same time, as the waves are fairly rough, those who are actually up on deck and kind of just taking the weather in, occasionally splash of the waves washing over the top of the deck, but not enough to push you over. You see crates in the water, the ship that's probably sunken recently, and you're heading straight for them. Let's see.
Has anyone on the top deck mentioned it?
Currently, no. As far as you can tell, it seems like they're just kind of about to wash by.
I'll lean down and shout to this dwarf here. There's some stuff floating up ahead. It's like a shipwreck, maybe.
You can see he leans over, kind of catches sight of a couple of crates. And he's like, "Get the barrel truck!" With that, you can see a few more of the other dwarfs that are up on deck run over with their own hooks as they are fairly quick. And they start grabbing at the few chests and crates that are there. Start washing by. You can see they turned the other one. The top is open, and it looks like it's just been washed out entirely. You do see a symbol on top of it. It looks like that of a dragon, but that seems to be kind of semi-wings spread, holding basically like a sun. With that, you can go ahead and roll me a history if you like to try and recognize that symbol.
I'll also explain it to Zircon as well, because I assume he probably knows more than me.
You would probably be incorrect, but I'll give it a shot. You are very incorrect.
I'm assuming it's from like a Creekmon official ship or something.
For that, that's your best guess right now. You do see the two dwarfs kind of like hold on to the one crate and chest. They lower down one of the nets and manage to hook it in, start pulling it up. So you can see, especially with the pullers, you can see that they use like one of the sails like a crane and kind of just slap it down onto the deck. So as they open up the first one, looks like kind of various textiles, bolts of cloth, all very, very fine. Each one, from the look of it when you see it, probably worth, you would estimate each bolt of cloth of like 150 gold, as these are much a much finer make, and they are still preserved, especially from the chest being airtight. And then when they crack open the main crate on the other side, this looks like the same kind of crate, you do see what looks like a very selection of grains that have been a little bit wetted, but not too badly. Some that look kind of like a mixture of peas, others that are rice, a few vegetables and roots. These look like food supplies that were meant to go somewhere else. And they have the same red dragon wing spread holding the sun kind of emblazoned on the side for the crate. Captain, we have a few more food stores here. You can see Jim looks a little ecstatically. Finally, some good fortune. Loaded up into the kitchen.
I'm gonna take a walk around like the upper deck of the ship, seeing if I can see if there's anyone in the water, below the water, with my senses.
Go ahead and roll me a perception then. That's passive 16, but you're trying to peer through like the whole ship, and this is a large bottom ship. Alrighty. So with that, you actually do get the sense that there are some pieces and timbers that have been pushed off to the left side, and there is actually someone holding on right now, trying to cling to the side of the ship.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna go straight up on deck and basically just run. Wait, is it on the left side of the ship here, where Liara is?
Yes.
I come straight up, straight past her, and tell her, grab a rope, and I jump straight over.
Alright.
As I'm going to aid them.
The top deck is this one, right?
Sarkhan!
That's the sails and such.
Oh, it's the same thing. Yeah.
Yep. So, with that, everyone just kind of looks like a little bit shocked at the sudden just lunging into the water and just basically yeeting himself down there.
I immediately run downstairs going, Sarkhan jumped over the ship!
I did say grab a rope!
Yeah, my rope's downstairs!
Well,
You think I just loiter about carrying all of my things?
Of course, it's standard issue.
Okay. I don't remember When I asked, can you swim, did you say yes?
I did say yes. I just said it's kind of difficult.
Okay, I'll lean over and just look at Zircon.
I am trying to hoist up the guy that's there.
I go to our rooms, grab my pack, and pull the rope out.
So, where? There.
Wait, I don't have any rope either.
I've got rope. It's in my backpack, which is like in my room.
Okay, I got it.
Hilariously enough, this would be the person that you see trying to hold on to some of the wood.
A dragonborn!
She's large.
She's thick.
So, just in better view.
Oh, the dwarves are not gonna like this.
You did more curse?
She's separating them from the water.
As she starts clinging onto you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have time for a knot. I wrap it around my arm a few times and just toss the rest over.
Go ahead and roll me in athletics as she is trying to hold on. You can tell she's probably been swimming for some time and is very nice and has quite a few levels of exhaustion at this point.
I've got you. Do not worry.
They just immediately coughing out. You could tell like they can barely speak at this point. So they hold on as they're just literally at this point desperately trying to hold their head above the rolling waves that are smashing against the side of the ship.
Yeah, I tie the rope around them as best I can so they can be hoisted up while I hold on.
We hoist.
This is going to be heavy.
Oh yeah, roll me in athletics. Yeah, whoever wants to do this with advantage, because this is a
Oh my God.
extremely heavy fucking pair.
I'll do it.
Hoist.
Hoist.
Thank fuck.
Thank you, fuck.
That's fucking Zircon, I think you're like 380 alone, because you're mostly granite.
Yeah, I'm 172 kilos, or 380 pounds.
He's a beefy fucking boy.
I am so much stone.
So, as you heave this person up with Zircon, takes a brief moment, but especially timing it with the waves as the ship kind of heaves a little bit. Thankfully, this is more stable, and the waves kind of crest up to crash. You quickly pull, especially following that wave, manage to get them all back up onto deck relatively easily. You can see the other dwarfs are looking a little surprised at that, as they are just kind of like going to try and pull you up. You can tell that they are still questionably dwarfs of honor in a way. Obviously, they haven't made a full decision on what they wish to do here, but they are obviously helping you pull the rest of the way up. As they get down to the deck, you can tell this person probably has been barely surviving the whole time out there. As they try to stand up for literally albeit a brief moment, and immediately just kind of like flop down and go to the point of basically passing out.
I'm going to just like hold their weight, and if they're unconscious, then I will carry them down to my bed, where I will let them lay and probably try to get some food prepared for them and water.
You can go ahead and roll me a medicine check for anyone who wants to double check her current status.
I can certainly try. Not bad at it.
You're not sure. All you can tell is that she's definitely tired, probably pushed to the point of almost dead. And especially for the fact that her ship is nowhere in sight. She's been out here for a while.
I will, just on that feeling alone, give her a healing potion.
With that, easy enough to feed her one, as she is, like, as you go to set her down and help her get some rest. You do hear a few of the dwarfs, all that kind of like patting Kromsky on the back, like, that's some impressive backwork there. God damn. Definitely have a whole lot of help from you on the crane later on.
Surprising your crop still.
Still, I didn't say this, but I still don't like them. So I just nod.
So, with that, the other crate will be brought down to the kitchen, and the other dwarf will look to you, Callie, like, well, it's a good thing your friend didn't go getting washed under. Impressive the other one held on long as she did with this weather going on.
He assured me he can somewhat swim.
Definitely was good enough. Anyone else out in these waves would be swept under in a fucking heartbeat. Oh, that crate of yours. Come on. You spotted it, you get half. Captain's rules.
Is that how that works? Does it not belong to our friend we just pulled up?
Well, I mean, without us, you wouldn't be able to salvage it. I mean, you could give your half to her if you want.
Oh, I'll follow him.
Huh.
So
at that, he'll pull this chest into it and opens up the large chest. He'll dole it out, but he pulls out the 10 bolts of fine cloth in there. He'll hand you the 5 that is respectfully yours. Each one worth 150. Do what you want with it. Give it to the girl, but these 5 are the captain's.
Oh, I want to ask him something, but I think these dwarves are all too friendly with each other for me to ask what I want to ask.
Don't want to raise suspicions.
Would you
Yeah.
betray your captain?
No, I want to ask if he knows anything about Thorcom. But, you know, all these dwarves are buddies, so he'll probably just be like, "You son of a bitch,
Ah, man.
I'm not in."
I'll end your life. Huh!
No, I'll save that for, like, the last day of our trip.
Alright. So, with that, obviously, be able to do what you wish with those bolts of cloth. The Dragonborn woman is obviously very battered. You're not sure what it possibly could have been the boon Simon, you're not sure, but it looks like she was possibly fighting when her ship went down. She has quite a few cuts and bruises on her that some have healed over from the potion that you've given her, but you could tell that it's very likely either that her ship is completely sunk or maybe during the fight she just got completely thrown from the ship.
She's lucky I decided to look around.
Yeah, how is she?
Not well.
She needs to rest.
Yeah, probably.
And she definitely needs to be guarded from the dwarves.
I can keep an eye on her.
And I will keep an eye on you.
The dwarves seem to like you. Cromsteel, could you give this to their captain? I hand him another 10 gold.
Is this
Call
to
it-
secure her passage?
Yes, call it compensation, if you will.
Very well. I will see that it is done.
Thank you, my friend. I keep an eye on her until she wakes up, making sure she's alright.
All right. Some crumbs still goes to speak with G. So.
Captain Jim.
Hey, what's up, tall, dark, and iron?
Well, we have a new passenger.
I've taken note of that. I assume she's going to be staying.
Yes, we would like to help her, and as compensation so that you do not lose out on anything, here, give him the 10 gold.
You can see he
I hope this will cover their expense.
very happily kind of like runs the gold between his fingers and clinks the coins a little together. More than enough. I'll just be sure to make the boys ration if we need be, but looks like I'll just be filling up on a little more extra on the Port and Creekmont for food.
We will ensure this does not inconvenience you.
Hopefully not. She's your responsibility.
We will take full responsibility.
So, obviously, the weather goes on. Who would like to? Well, obviously, you're going to get a full night's rest. Those who check up on her can roll medicine check if they like. But obviously,
I'll do it.
Huh? Obviously, she's stable. It's just
Assist
she's.
you?
I'm pretty much there with her the whole time, so
Why are you doing it with the minus 2?
it's pretty
Because
well.
I'm a doctor.
Are you? Are you there?
No.
I say I'm a doctor, so therefore I am a doctor.
I know a guy that calls up Ghost.
So,
Low is good, I'm pretty sure.
the
Last was a 7.
weather will clear. It is actually a very beautiful sunny day. With that as well, Rox, you could tell that, especially for how long she's swimming, obviously her muscles and tendons are still clenched up even in her sleep, so obviously she's been doing this for quite some time. Especially with your medicine check, you could see that it looked like she had initially been stabbed by a barb, but thankfully one of Zircon's potions managed to heal her from the shape from where the puncture would have been, since it's thankfully healed over. You could roll me a nature check if you like to try and discern, because it's definitely not a weapon that had done that. Alright. You're not sure, but definitely a creature with some kind of barb protrusion had managed to impale her at some point.
I think she was stabbed by sea life. That looks at this wound on her side.
With how long she was out there, it's entirely possible that the wildlife tried to take her.
And where did you find her again?
She was under the left side of the ship, barely struggling to keep above the waves. I only saw her because I was reaching out with my senses.
Wow. She was so weak she didn't even yell.
She couldn't.
Well, as far as I can tell, she's just gonna need a lot of rest. Her muscles are very tense.
I appreciate you helping me.
I'm very impressed that you can see somebody off the side of a boat.
It's a gift and a curse at the same time, depending on the situation.
Whew, 4 levels of exhaustion.
Oh yeah. She's
Yeah.
fucking out.
I'm gonna try to, well, try to feed her little bits of food and water so she can recover without further dehydrating or becoming fucking anemic and shit.
You could tell it's definitely helping her along in the current circumstance.
Hmm.
But you could tell, thankfully you did get to her, because literally any further, she would have just literally gone straight under.
I'm really glad I walked around the ship looking for something like that.
Double dragon. Don't worry. When you get to the home of Zircon, that might end up happening. Double dragon fight.
She wakes up and stabs you. I'm an enemy of your house. I shall let you undone.
You shouldn't have saved.
I'm actually a dwarf in disguise, dirty dragon boy.
No, it's like one of those weird situations like, hey, my name is Diego Montoya. Fucking what? You killed my father. Prepare to die.
Inigo Montoya, you look like a great belt. Prepare to die. Oh!
She's actually two dwarves in a dragon-shaped trench coat.
So, with that, you do hear a bit more jovial talk in the morning as the dwarves seem rather happy. They're kind of laughing and just kind of exchanging back and forth. You can hear one of them is kind of screaming out in joy as he's like making various bets with his small gemstones and seems to sweep the pot. It seems almost kind of off for the circumstance of what was going on. It's almost eerie, the shift, as their emotions seem to follow sway with the ocean in itself. You can even hear a few kind of jokingly say, like, oh yeah, of course a gold dragonborn brings us more fortune.
They like the gold.
They don't like me, but they like her.
You're blue. You remind them of Electrum pieces.
Nobody likes Electrum.
I'm the only one! I like Electra. Oh boy. So, obviously, sailing forward on this day, you feel like you've been slowed down quite significantly, so the journey is probably going to be waylaid a little bit. But it's around the midday point as everyone's kind of taking care of themselves. And Leoris, I would imagine you're probably feeling a little green, still trying to get used to the sea life.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's around basically 3 o'clock when this Dragonborn woman finally opens her eyes. And it's still very weak and very tired. But you can tell that she kind of looks to the, well, whoever's in there, which I believe is just Zircon currently in this circumstance.
Most likely. Probably meditating still as well.
Especially with your passive perception, you just very faintly hear... That's impossible. As she, like, immediately just out like a light again. It's just very brief moment, but you can tell she's at least okay.
I turn around, like, palm on her head, check temperature, see if she's not like swelling up with a fever or anything.
For that, no, she doesn't seem to have a fever. You could tell that. Thankfully, whatever did sting her with a barb didn't seem to really take effect.
Maybe she's just delusional. After that remark, I imagine that she's just still seeing shit or hazy from dehydration, so I gotta get more.
Alright. So, with water, there's plenty to spare. They don't seem to really touch water.
That's perfect. I love water. Give her some more water, and I continue meditating and keeping an eye on her.
Alright. So at the same time, Cal, you are easily able to discern that the dwarfs are pretty damn happy because they just made a net profit for fishing a dragonborn out of the ocean, but also fishing a random chest that you managed to spot from the ocean as well.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, they basically made a 750 gold profit.
I think they like you all now.
I feel like they should be paying us at this point.
We're clearly a good luck charm.
Alright. Well, they gave Cal his textiles, which are probably definitely obvious considering Cal doesn't really carry anything, so it's just...
Oh, I would have just chucked them like underneath the bed of where like Zircon is. I don't carry shit around. They're probably huge, right?
Yeah, they're... Have you seen a bolt of cloth? They're fucking massive.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you wanted me to look after something, I'd look after it for you while I'm staying in here.
I would have chucked it there because, like, I don't know, I'd probably just give it to her anyway.
Alright.
Depending on how she reacts.
Alright.
We can only wait and see.
And it probably belongs to our employers.
As the day carries forward, you do hear the dwarves kind of just strumming along, having a very quiet music night. As they are continuing their betting, some are just having a good laugh. You can see Captain Shem seems to splurge a little bit on the rum and tells the boys to drink up a little more heavily tonight. He seems pretty damn happy himself. First mate is on the top deck for the time. Every other dwarf is down below, aside from the one that's in the crow's nest, kind of keeping eyes out. At the same time, you do see a couple of dwarfs finally go downstairs and check some of the stock and supply, grabbing a few things from barrels and other crates amongst the hold down below. So, obviously, it is a very jubilant night for the dwarves. Not much going on the upper decks. Leoris and Callie are having your conversation. Finally, closer as the sun's finally down, the Dragonborn woman finally opens her eyes. Fully this time. And kind of like slowly sits up. Obviously, looks as she kind of holds her head like a thronging headache still. And just
I help her sit herself up.
She almost jumps, like realizing that you're actually there.
It's alright. You're safe now.
And you could tell, like, You've seen it almost like 100 times before, kind of like immediately wash over, recognizing who you are.
Oh no, here we go.
I'm sorry, my lord. I've just, it's so extremely kind of you to take care of me. And you can tell she's like stammering over herself, trying to keep composure.
Please, it's all right. How is your head?
It still hurts pretty badly, but thank you for rescuing me. I thought I was just delusional the other day when you pulled me from the water. I don't remember too much.
It's all right. You were in need. I'm happy to have helped. Are you thirsty or hungry?
Extremely. Was there,
Come,
no one else?
we can get you something to eat. There are others. We're currently on a keg runner heading toward...
I guess everyone else got pushed under then.
I'm sorry. I did not find anyone else. Just you.
Right. She will... very shakily, Coda sit up.
Oh, I help her.
She is still sitting at 3 levels. Thankfully, he's no longer at 4.
Oh, well, you know what? Actually, I'm going to tell her, you look like you cannot stand just yet. I will bring something to you, alright?
Thank you. I honestly did not expect to meet anyone like you. Oh, never mind, imagine you would be my rescuer.
Please. I'm just like you. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get her something to eat.
And Rylex.
Rylex, she's awake now.
Oh, that's good. She, like, talking normally?
Yes, she recognized me. That doesn't seem surprising given our kind. But she is very hungry and thirsty. She still seems exhausted and incapable of walking.
Well, that's good. I'll go keep her company while you do that.
Alright. I'm gonna talk to this dwarf about where I can get some food and water.
Hello.
You're the wrong person to
You
ask.
walk in there, she's like,
You literally hear a scream that could break glass the moment you walk through the doorway.
Alright, I'll put up my hands and I'll back away. Okay.
alright.
What was that? What is that thing?
What thing?
As I'm walking back with the food, I'm just... Relax, I'm incredibly sorry.
Look into the room. Look at Rylex, kind of backing away. Just... Oh, you mean Rylex?
That thing has a name?
Yeah, it's a friend. They're a friend. Sorry, I'm getting used to these whole things. They kind of look like a girl, but apparently are not. I think I meant to say they.
It's fine, Leoris, thank you. It's okay, I understand. I'm a little bit weird.
While we're at it, I am not a suit of armor. I too am a living being.
And then an orc pops their head around the corner. Oi. You have troubles with stuff. I'm gonna give you some nightmares. now she probably does think she's fucking delusional.
You can tell she's like holding her head and like looking out the window and just like trying to take in everything that's going on, especially with everyone that's at the fucking doorway right now.
Leoris, if I could.
Oh, yes, sir.
Thank you. I am sorry. My companions might be a bit of a shock at first sight, but I assure you they have best of hearts about them.
Oh my god. I love how the Scream 2 for Cal just like sat there on the fucking deck like, oh, don't give a shit.
Cal like, oh, for fuck's
I
sake.
care. I just don't want to suffocate her.
Yeah, that's true.
Another trial.
Three levels of exhaustion. At least he's well. It helps that he's a Dragonborn too.
Yeah, helps that she's got a fellow Dragonborn, and you know this Dragonborn in particular.
You can tell she's almost like on the verge of hyperventilating at first until you came back in. Like, I thought
No, everything is fine.
I almost thought this was another crew that was going to further away past Grimbatol or Borderell. I don't leave the Gulf.
Yeah. Hand her the food and the water. Just eat and drink slowly.
I'm sorry.
You have nothing to apologize for. The experience that you have been through would have been traumatic, and for you to have survived this long is a feat that not many could have done.
No, I'm sorry, my lord. You keep very unique company.
Yes, it's all right. You may call me Zircon.
Primeron.
I did not hear that properly because all I heard was music.
Primeron.
Primeron. Alright.
What a name.
Primeron Yazida.
Is Primeron her family name, or?
Primeron would be her actual name. Her clan name is Yazida.
Huh. Have I heard of her clan before?
Roll me a history.
Oh, here we go. Nope.
Oh no. Unfortunately, not. Might. Well, judging by her garb alone, you get the inkling that she might be hired guard, maybe, for the boat that she was on.
Hmm.
She definitely doesn't look like a merchant. She looks more of a kind of, well, curiously enough combative, but also still skilled in the ways of magic. But obviously he's lost her focus and pretty much everything else when she was trying to keep her head above water.
Yeah. Well, it is a pleasure to meet you, Primeron. I am Zircon of the Rasterim family, but judging by your tone, you have heard of me.
It's hard to not hear about you, my lord. I've worked with a lot of noble families, and obviously my own mother and father made sure to educate me on the clans that were of the most respect and at least worthy of our most notable fighters.
I have not heard of the Yazita family. Where exactly do you hail from?
Would be from the further north of Aylesbury. Right now, Aylesbury. I forgot my own map. Aylburn, if I recall correctly. Yes, Aylburn, the farther northern Dragonborn city.
Hmm.
Which I will show you quickly. Up here.
Oh.
Which, you know, that city is still at war with Gomtru. Especially on Border
Right.
Dispute.
Well, you're a little bit far from home. What happened to your ship?
The night Simon had shown. Just out of nowhere, this massive gargoyle came down and just started ripping apart the mast and everything else. I didn't even really get a chance. It's just shameful to say, but I couldn't drive it off in time. The thing was gargantuan in size. It had 4 arms and 3 tails. I've never seen anything like it. I've seen gargoyles before, but this creation was so far beyond natural.
That sounds like it was a truly harrowing experience. And I'm very sorry for the loss of your crew. But I have paid for your passage here on the ship. We should be arriving in Creekmont within perhaps a week if everything goes well.
I'm truly indebted to you. But at least
there is no debt. You were in need, and again, I was happy to help. No one should be left to drown.
If I can, when we get to Creekmont, I would appreciate the chance to at least repay you.
I will allow you to do something that you feel is worthy then. Do not try to overstretch yourself, however. I'm just happy that you are alive.
Thank you.
Have you any belongings to yourself, or were they lost in the wreck?
I had to unfortunately drop everything in the ocean. It started weighing me down.
I understand. Well, we will take care of you for the rest of the journey then. You need not worry.
Thank you. She will very happily partake, especially with the food and water and everything else that's been brought to her.
Given that she probably feels a little bit claustrophobic, and as you know, Cal said, she's probably feeling a bit suffocated with all the company. I give her like a little bow of respect, and then I will leave so she may eat and drink and gather her thoughts in privacy.
All right. As you're
wasn't listening.
as you go to walk out, and as you say that, you hear the dwarfs kind of joking, saying like, "Damn, he had 2 rounds in there, and he still couldn't make her scream like the little one."
Fuck.
I just shake my head.
Oh God. So, obviously, the rest of the night will be quite jovial. As especially for the description of what Yazida is giving you. Does sound rather fanciful, but especially for the moon of Zymon is obviously fanciful creatures like that are quite commonplace, but still surprising, especially for the nightmarish form of this thing.
We got lucky then.
obviously, celebrations will be had. You have your latest compatriot to join you. Who would like to roll me the weather die?
I think
If
it's
I
my
roll
turn
the-
again.
Aye.
Roll bad, roll bad.
Second purple moon.
Alrighty.
I can't y'all roll below 10.
Below 10, not allowed.
Alright. So, the waves return to being a little more rough. Obviously, on your travels, you would imagine that this is starting to get to hopefully the halfway point. The rough seas seem to be kind of dragging it out, and especially as Jim is trying to keep it steady on the course, but it's obviously hard with these rolling waves. The Gulf is experiencing quite a high amount of stormy weather of late.
Oh no, they're gonna go back to hating us again.
Oh, don't worry, that's 750 gold makes a difference along with the 10 paid for her.
Yeah, I feel like it.
Alright. So, Yazida will be at 2 levels of exhaustion at this point.
Nice, nice.
Acceptable.
All of the boys head back out to their posts and shifts after getting their night's rest. Kind of slowly drift into the sea at half sail. So, it'd be closer to midday as the waves kind of continue rolling on. That Yazida will finally kind of come out while everything seems quiet for the time. And you can tell she is still moving slow, but obviously just wants to get out of this space after recovering for 2 days in a row in the cot.
I guess at this point I'll just be sitting over here.
As Relics, I would imagine you're probably sitting at the table. Yazida will still almost a little hesitantly kind of come over to you like, I'm sorry for screaming at you.
It's okay. It's okay. I get that reaction out of like half the people I meet.
Oh, Cal's jamming out. He's giving that good violin.
God damn, we're getting a serenade from up her. Rust is gone.
I do hope I get the chance to thank all of you for taking me on and making sure they don't just throw me back overboard, which is... She whispers it to you, saying how she can hear the other dwarves cooking, because she heard them talking before. A lot of the other dwarves and other sailors of the sword usually would do just such thing.
Don't worry, it won't happen.
So, what is going to be taking all of you to Creekmont? I would imagine for the Razrim that it would be family matters due to the business of his lordship and representing his family as well.
Yeah. Zircon wants to go home. Everybody else is coming along because they don't really seem to have much better to do. I have an important matter I must resolve there.
I see.
I'm a little offended by the way you put that, but sure.
I mean, I was just trying to keep it short for her, Cromstead. If you want to talk to her, you can.
When she is ready.
Yes, I'm quite familiar. I'm surprised you don't have a control rod. Most of you do.
Huh?
I'm instantly angry.
She might be going overboard after. What's a control rod?
Have you seen Warforged before then?
There's quite a few at Aylesbury. Even a few at Creekmont. They are still quite regularly used.
They are utilized as tools.
Well, some, I guess, are tools for clearing trees and various mining projects, but there are others, like bookkeepers and others, that are still used, and, well, some that she kind of, like, points to your weapon and shield, like, that are used on the front lines still against the other dwarves to the north.
I have a different history. Relax, it would seem I have something to do now.
Oh, that's good.
Hooray! An objective!
I'm surprised you don't know about that. That's fairly common.
These lands are new to me. I come from very far away.
I see. Apologies then. I did not realize you were... no, this sounds rude. Smart enough to follow your own operations.
Warforged sentience is something I'm going to be focusing on.
Well, might not be as smart as you were hoping to the north. Though, I would imagine, depending on the ones that you meet, varying their jobs.
I understand that things such as golems exist to perform tasks.
Oh,
I simply wish to confirm that it is not Warforged that are being mistaken for golems.
Hopefully you find what you're looking for then.
I shall see when I get there.
She'll go to grab some food as well, and go to sit down with the rest of you at one of the tables.
I would like to send a message to Scrat.
Oh, come on, alright.
Alrighty.
Yeah. Hello, Scrat. It's me again. My name is Leoris. We are on our way. Hope to see you soon.
Alrighty. So, it takes a moment. Returning with the young master, I hope. Hello, Theorus. I'm Scrat, obviously. His mother is very worried. If you can, tell of his health, please.
He's dead.
Like Alexander, I've got nothing to use it for today, so.
Yes, we have him. He jumped off the ship, but he's okay.
He's screaming in the background. He did what?
He helped us rescue a nice lady named Pramaron. She seems friendly.
Oh, man. So, with that, it's the sounds of a very panicked voice coming through. Mother's not happy about jumping off the ship. Please don't do again. Very angry. Father says, "What's wrong with you?" And then it just kind of like cuts off as he's trying to explain, and it kind of like stutters out.
Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Sir Khan, I'm sorry.
I'm right next to you. I told you.
Oh, did I say that out loud?
You were speaking out loud. How did it go?
Oh.
Considering you just said sorry to me, I can feel it from here. Mother is angry, yes.
Yes, and Papa says, what is wrong with you?
That seems about right.
I think I did not properly explain your part in rescuing Pramaron.
I'm sure once they understood the direness of the situation, they would understand. If we skip some details.
Like the bit where no one had any rope and I had to go run and get some?
And the part where the waves were practically over the top of the ship, yes. It was actually quite a nice day when we rescued her. There was no storm.
There was no storm.
Boss things say.
Fucking hell.
Also, there's no ship. He just jumped into the pool.
Yeah, it was a pond. It was a pond.
There was a duck, you see.
As we get closer to land, we see ducks flying over the water, and you just see me jump off the ship and start fucking breaststroke after them.
Well, I am new to this whole ocean thing, so I'm sure we could maybe get away with that kind of a story.
I do normally avoid being on ships, given that I can't see much off of them. And due to my state, swimming can be difficult. So, Mother and Father naturally also do not like me being at unnecessary risk like that. That's why I arrived in Aylesbury to begin with, by cart.
My bad. I just wanted to talk to Scrat.
That is okay.
Let me know if I can make it up to you.
It is fine. You have done enough for me. This.
Oh, he's not angry.
No, I mean, you have saved my life multiple times previously.
We should probably maybe not tell them that either then.
Yes. However, I will tell them that there is a debt to you and Rylax assisting in the troubles that we had, lest I be banned from leaving the home again.
Kel just looks up. Yeah, don't tell him about that time you almost turned to goo.
That would also be nice. That was also very painful. This Primeron's sitting there going, what the fuck?
She's just like looking at total disbelief. It's just like you can tell her life has been very boring as like a ship guard. Other than like maybe a few interactions between pirates, nothing as fanciful as turning to slime and other things like that.
I'll stop playing for a second and look up at her. First of all, hello, I'm Cal.
Oh, pleasure is... Permanent Yazida. You could just call me Yazida for short.
Alright, Yazita. We found some cargo from what I assume is your ship. Managed to secure a small amount of it.
Yes, well, I definitely cannot lay claim to that myself. That would be mostly belonging to my, well, now probably at the bottom of the sea. Boss.
Don't have a base of operations in Creekmont or anything?
Well, we do have extended family there in Creekmont, but unfortunately, usually anyone who finds that can easily lay claim to that. There are some insurances, but everyone knows the risk of trade by ocean.
Well, if anything remains of your employers, I'll gladly sell it back at a reduced price.
It would be appreciated, but yes, that family is further north, and I'm sure they're at least be a little more comforted by the idea that they're not going to have to sit up waiting. It's still sad, but there will still at least be knowledge of what happened to their family.
Calum will just nod.
Will you be able to find more work after this? Find your way back home?
Well, it would take some time, but if anything, I'll take up a little bit of mercenary work, taking one of the wagon trails heading further north, or... where are you heading home?
Yes, I will be heading back to Zonwa.
You can tell there's a little bit of begrudging as she's sitting there debating for a moment. Then I will go to Sunwell with you if you would have me.
You wish to aid me?
Unfortunately, I did lose my equipment, but if I can get a focus back, a crystal of some sort, I could definitely be of use again.
When we get to town, I can help you get some of your gear back. Afterwards, you may feel free to do as you please. You can either head home, you can me. Once I return home, I could even suggest you for work with our family.
That would be fantastic.
I'm sure that we would have something that we could have you do, and you would be compensated well, of course.
Oh, but it would still be just an honor to work for your family.
Well, it would be good to know that you are at least being treated well, paid well, and are able to eat and sleep well at night.
Of course, my lord, I'm sorry.
You have nothing to apologize for.
She tries to recompose herself. Like, even though, especially exhausted, like, the mix of news is just, like, kind of washing over her, like, being able to work for your family, even though it's still unfortunate with, what happened with her previous employer, but it wasn't entirely in her control as best as she tried.
Oh, this was part of a cosmic event. This is something that she could not control. I will then set down 30 coins, 30 gold coins in front of her. I am hoping that this is at least enough to reimburse you for some of your losses.
That's completely unnecessary, I'm sure.
If you do not have the things you need to survive, then it would be far too dangerous for you to leave the city. I would feel better if you got yourself at least a focus.
I'm indebted even further to you, my lord.
It is fine. And please, it's Zircon. Razdarim, whichever your preference. We are all equals here.
And you can tell she's like about to say my lord again because she's so regimented. Of course, Zircon. How the table turns. Zircon, racism, racism, racism. And then suddenly flips over. Cromsteel, your people are slaves. What? What? You son of a bitch!
Fuck what I agree.
I'm about to instantly a shallow grave.
Beat her at.
I'm just trying to be as nice as I can be.
Enough of this lord shit! Just call me
man,
by
come
name.
on, I get enough of that at home, man.
Even the racism was kind of more comforting with the dwarves.
Yeah, the racism was uncomfortable, but at least it was better than my lord, my lord, my lord, my lord. It's like
Yo, no.
My lord, let me kiss your boots.
me and my first world problems.
My
my
lord.
title.
We've improved the guardhouse.
Even the fucking like high-ranked paladin who probably, as I thought, had more stage than me was like, oh, the treasured one, and gives me this big bow, and I'm like, oh fuck.
Your family's big ballin', man.
It really. Oh.
I warned you. I warned you.
I've only made it worse with that Residium mine.
It really did. You set the anchor and foundation for that. So deep.
Look, I knew I had to do it anyway. It's honor to my family name. And that's everything for a Dragonborn.
Alright. So. Primarun will be obviously a little more conversational, if not tired. Oh my god, a wild deal has returned.
Oh fuck.
The goat. Blah. I would imagine kind of picking her brain for a bit, Zircon. Especially finding out that her family has been through a long line and legacy of various bodyguards, respectful warriors, and other clansmen that have been obviously trained in various arts and styles between wizardry and combat. Obviously, nothing to the magnificent extent that your family has trained yourself to, or others that you have heard in the higher elite palace guard style, but they still try and compete respectfully. Obviously, never overstepping their bounds. But as for herself, she herself is kind of a minor outcast amongst her clan back north in Aylesburn, being the fact that she was willing to take up mercenary work with various trade ships, which many have stuck with, sticking onto on-land caravans, and even occasionally fighting dwarfs in the north, which is why you could tell that she was so frazzled and panicked, as she's heard horrible tales of dwarfs and others stealing people away to sell to slavery down south, and even occasionally at other locations at the far east northern areas near Rawson.
Man, had I known this.
She's even heard that there are a brother tribe of, well, brother clan, more or less, of dwarves that are still in the far north, that they occasionally take people off the continent and basically sell them either to them or Duragar, and they are pretty much never seen again. So with that, she is just kind of relaxed with you, but you can tell she is still keeping her guard up amongst the dwarves, as she is stuck to her guns on making sure to stay with dragonborn tradesmen, and kind of sailing up and down the coast, occasionally getting closer to Aylesbury. The boat that she was previously on, the floundering schooner, as it was called by the captain, which now rests at the bottom of the Gulf, was making its first trip ever towards Aylesbury. And it was,
that's just really saddening.
It's unfortunately now at the bottom of the Gulf.
If she ever gets sad or starts to like tear up, I will extend a comforting hand.
You could tell, especially for the fact that it's one thing to travel around, but it's another thing. It's kind of like having your whole family wiped out for a brief moment, with the fact, because she did mention that the ship that she was working on was that pretty much almost for like 2 years now.
Yeah.
But finally decided to try and make that trip to Aylesbury after it finally got wind, and unfortunately they're just gone now.
I'm still doing that thing where I do look towards people, but I don't really look at them, because there's no point.
You can tell it definitely threw her off for a moment until she finally kind of came to realize that you're actually blind, and realized that you're just that capable of telling where somebody is. But yes. With this day to come sailing, obviously Yazida will retire to the room that she's borrowing for the time, as she puts it, even though you've obviously welcomed her to stay for the time.
Of course.
A beautiful conversation of the three. You can go ahead and roll me another weather die.
We've bonded when you weren't looking. Surprise.
Surprise on you. I can read and do acting.
Ow. He can multitask, what the fuck?
I've been enjoying both of the conversations that's been going on here.
Does my family employ Warforged in any way?
You better not.
It kind of occurs to you that your father has usually called them golems. And there has been a large purchase before you left of something that he said would speed up the mining.
Father about to catch these hands.
I will talk to Cromsteel about that, given that he has given me new light of this.
On my purpose, Instrumentalist.
Yes. Cromsteel. Given the nature of your voyage here in our lands, it has come to my attention that not long before I left, my father did order a large amount of, well, as he said, golems. But you say that you are different from them. I understand your sentience, and I do not wish for any creature to be enslaved against its will. I'm not sure if these golems are just of animate clay, or if they are more along the line. But I wanted to let you know, just in case this lines up with your goals. And if I can help in any way.
It certainly might. If you think your father may be enslaving Warforged, that is why I'm here.
Before you came along, I feel that enslave was not the way that we thought of it. And I'd apologize if that is a sentiment that is angering to you.
You thought of them as tools, did you not?
Well, it would be wrong of me to say that I did not, because we did not believe that they had sentience. At least they never showed it when we had them.
The misunderstanding will grant you temporary protection from me.
That is why I wish to learn. So knowledge that you can give me will allow me to give them better lives, if this is the case. I think you know me better by now to say that I do not wish to enslave people, and I do not wish those who are lesser than I to feel that way.
If this is true, when I meet your father, you'll be given one chance to end things peacefully.
I would not recommend getting into a fight with. But he might be open to negotiation. If you are willing to talk to him, your best bet would be to sway his interest.
Violence is, of course, the last resort.
I appreciate that. Your best bet would probably be to... How do I put this? Make him believe that, while he's doing the right thing, he can gain something from it. Such as status, title, perhaps even a new voluntary work.
Business focused, then.
Yes, my family is extremely business focused.
This is worrisome.
It is, but I'm sure that they can come to an agreement.
cross that bridge when we get to it.
I just thought I would let you know, out of respect.
Thank you. I will be prepared when the time comes.
I hope that whatever quest you are on, it succeeds.
It is situations like this that have incurred Awakener's wrath.
If I could, I would create peaceful union between all peoples. Trade is a very good way to do that. I know that my actions in the mines might have seemed somewhat selfish, but I truly do believe that creating trade between them and their town would begin a tunnel to peace of sorts.
That was a very reasonable thing to do in the mines. You do not need to apologize.
I bow my head towards you.
When I came to Stranalis, I was hoping that I would not find this.
I am truly sorry that you have.
Well, my purpose could not be more clear.
Given that all of you have either saved my life or assisted me in helping the townsfolk, I will do everything within my power, my family's power, to assist you in your tasks.
I appreciate it. I will do everything I can to ensure that business with your family ends peacefully.
I would appreciate that, as I cannot go against them. That would be, I suppose, the ultimate dishonor for me.
I can understand that.
Thank you for your understanding. Anyway, it is getting late and I should get some rest.
I will watch the door, as always.
And I appreciate that as well. The Dragonborn safety room.
Don't kill me! I'm not a belt!
Please! I'm covered in gems, but they're not salvageable. Ah!
Sleep time.
Never should have come here.
I wake up in the middle of the night to the bandit music from Skyrim.
Like a couple of human bandits, like 8 HP, wander into the room, missing their axe swings above you.
Never should have come here.
Why, show me what you've got. Die!
Alright.
Okay, the RP has concluded. You may continue, Josh.
It's beautiful.
It's like an hour of RP.
It's beautiful.
Hey, it's a lot of fucking anchors, man.
It just gives Josh more ammo.
So much anger. What do we do with it?
You know, now you know how I felt as Iron's tried.
So, who wants to roll the d20? Unless somebody's doing something in the midst of the night.
I think it's my turn now.
Go on, roll 20.
Close enough.
Oh.
'Tis a beautiful sight. So, the storm presses on. More violent than usual.
This boat ride was cursed from the start.
I'm just glad it's not a rerun of Saltmarsh where the fucking Sahagins come out and go, "Have a tornado, you fuck!"
Tsunami.
Not yet.
Go ahead and roll me another d20.
Oh, God.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, no!
When the DM says oh no.
Oh no.
Hit me with a d8.
Oh no.
One, please. One.
Alrighty.
Sahagin Tide Masters come out.
Alright. So, obviously, this night, very violent and thrashing night, the dwarves are basically just making sure to guide the boat further away from the eye of the storm that seems to constantly be chasing them for this current time and stance. Almost eerily across the gulf. As the night presses on, you can hear the dwarfs kind of screaming back and forth. You hear a very loud groan as the ship heaves and throws. You can hear the wood itself kind of creaking and almost moaning in pain from how much this giant keg runner is being tossed about. And eventually you hear a very loud echo through the main chambers of the ship from stem to stern as one of the anchors literally break and give way, and the chain drops and the ship gets stuck in place. At this point you can hear all the dwarves starting to panic to fix the capstone, one of the two that has broken. As they are now in full panic, as if they sit here too long and they can't steer the ship, they have a chance of capsizing.
Oh boy, how can I assist? I run upstairs, how can I assist?
So, with that, anyone who wishes to assist, even in balance, strength, repair, or even just kind of trying to guide people along, or even help the captain as best as he can keep eyes with the main even the weather sock that they're trying to keep eyes on to guide the ship so they can cut into the waves.
I have mending. I can fix things.
And my sword.
And yeah.
Alrighty. So thankfully, especially with Relics having... What was that?
I think Ross said they were.
I said all I really have is muscle.
Alright.
You're a strong bitch.
Alrighty. So, especially with the fact that you mentioned that you have mending, you can hear a lot of the dwarfs, especially in the mass panic, as the others are currently trying to... You can see that only two are able to get to the capstone to try and haul it up, as the others are trying to make sure the rigging doesn't tear away, as well as the other fact that they're trying to make sure that they keep braced. The one in the crow's nest is trying to keep watch as best as he can. Blue Race, you can help as they kind of call it like, "You little one, ship's got mending. We need to raise this. As soon as we do, you need to mend the main chain link."
Alright, I got it.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm helping them pull it up. Like what Cal is doing, I'm also keeping an eye out with my sensors so I can help him if he needs to know if someone falls off the other side of the ship.
Alrighty. So, Cal, go ahead and hit me with your perception real quick. Right. So, with this, even with everyone here, this is still going to be at normal. The waves are going to come thundering over and just kind of smash against the side of the ship, throwing everyone for a little bit. I need a collective athletics check from everyone who is turning the capstone. They want to get basically above a 14.
I am thrown from the ship.
Well, there's the two dwarfs there as they need to make their rolls.
I turn the thing
Glad
and I hold on to you.
and it was really cool.
No.
So, oof. Alright. So, thankfully, you only needed half to succeed. So the chain is coming up slow, but it is still coming up, thankfully. It was a split down the middle there. As it's, you could tell everyone's stressing, especially with the wind blowing against each other and trying to keep your footing. It's slippery, especially with all the main ocean water and everything else being washed up from the bottom and slamming down onto the deck. I need another set from everyone.
I cast Bless on me, Zircon, and Leoris.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
And Cal, I need another perception from you as well.
It's a 7.
It's your ship.
I got a 1 and a 2.
Alright. And Cal, hit me with that perception.
Okay.
There we are. Alright, so especially with that, you're able to call out for one of the larger waves, and you can see a lot of the other dwarfs that were on the main sails and even in the crow's nest just quickly grab onto a piece of the ship and just haunch down as one of these giant rolling waves comes washing over the front of the deck. Everyone else starts cranking up the anchor. It's almost there. And thankfully, especially with that call out, you could see that one of the guys that were handling the main rigging up top as he's sitting in the crow's nest was able to basically wrap his arms around the main bars of the rail there and able to keep himself from getting washed out and thrown down 40 feet. Whew. So last set, Cal, hit me with that last perception as you're trying to call out waves that are coming at them. Alrighty. And one more last set for the anchor crew. Don't forget you're blessed.
It doesn't do anything.
Yeah, blesses attack rolls and saving throws.
No!
My plus 4 is guidance.
In the arms of an angel.
Alright.
Although I feel like maybe I should put it on Zircon.
Quick, I shape the metal of the bars so they get locked in place for a minute.
You
job.
actually could do that.
I'll do it. I'll fucking just lock it in place when it hits the top so that way it takes the strain off us.
Alrighty, so especially with that, you can see the dwarfs look a little surprised at that. Definitely glad that they didn't fuck with you in the way they usually fuck with people. With that, they just kind of like quickly like catch themselves like, "You, that one, mend it quickly." He'll point out to where the anchor point is supposed to connect with the capstone for winding in the chain.
Okay. I will cast mending upon it.
All right. So that
It does that thing kind of like with acid melting things, but it does the opposite and it fixes it. So it's like bubbling.
You can see, especially for the metal itself, it's almost eerie to watch as you see metal bend and shape itself back into place and forcefully fuse and link and connect this main chain back to the anchor point of the capstone. And with that, you guys have luckily managed to repair the capstone. And now, especially with that, the captain's able to keep the ship pointed forward without having to worry too much and fucking with the rigging as you're able to force your way through the rest of the night of this heavy-ass storm.
I reshape the metal back into its normal form by just kind of stomping one foot down and then having both arms going like a counterclockwise position as they fucking just reshape the metal back to its normal form.
Chrome Steel, who was holding onto it, gets stuck.
Ah!
Wait.
I fuse him to it.
Ah!
You are the anchor now.
No.
You live as the capstone forever.
Part of the ship, part of the crew.
What is my purpose? Your capstone. Oh god.
Oh god.
All right. Another beautifully stormy night. As finally, when the storm finally dies down and everyone can finally get some rest, the ship kind of heaving and throwing back and forth. The huge thundering and rolling lightning across the sky finally dies down. You finally reach that point where in the morning, after hunkering down and having a meal, just listening to the storm, bashing and throwing everything around outside, finally soothes. And the sea stops smacking the ship, and the waves finally retreat to a normal size. Obviously, the dwarfs, along with yourselves, can breathe a sigh of relief as you've weathered the worst of this storm has to offer. As you press on, obviously, at this point, you gotta be getting closer by now. It's been a few days. The weather has been
Jeez.
absolutely cursed in the Gulf here.
Oh, and you've all arrived back at Aylesbury because you got fucking turned around. Fuck!
I
That's
won't,
it. I'm walking.
won't deny it has been some fucking truly cursed fucking rolls.
It's because I'm part of the crew.
Let me do it. Let me roll.
Go for it.
Show me your power.
Didn't you have a message you wanted me to send?
Fuck!
Do you still want me to send that message? I need to know what the message is.
Fuck!
Copy. Paste.
Pistol.
Okay. Awakener. No, Reckoner. They have similar names. Did you know they have similar names?
Yes, well-forged naming conventions can sometimes do that.
I see. Okay, Reckoner. Okay. Possible wolf-forged being used as tools by city nobles with control rods. I have allies here, but it may not be enough to freeze them.
Alright.
Why is Reckoner lawfully at me?
So with a great amount of zeal and fire in this voice coming through again, procure the control rods if you can. We'll send help if necessary. Be peaceful. Free them if possible.
As always, I relay this message.
Thank you, Leors.
So, Zerka.
Oh boy.
As you're resting in the midst of the night, especially after the weather,
I get stabbed.
you get a sending message.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
Oh, they went and got their own wizard to message you.
it's your dad. I want some more rummits.
Really
Oh, no.
cool. Now I have 30 of them.
Fresh from the whipping line.
So, from someone you're not entirely sure of, but you assume that they've probably paid someone to send this message to you.
Right.
You get message, Father. Proud of you.
Uh-oh.
Good work.
Oh.
Hope all is well. Sorry about excitability last time. Mother is extremely angry. Ow.
Yeah, I'll respond. Sorry for causing any trouble. I'm happy to have helped all those I did. I am well. Say sorry, Mom. Be home soon enough, Father.
Alrighty.
I've never used sending this much before. Oh my god.
I have to count all my words.
It's fucking hilarious. I love it. I'm sitting here doing the hand trick myself.
Yeah, yeah.
I just love that my father got belted by my mother.
I have another sending I can do.
Oh no.
Oh, now you're gonna have a chat with Scrat again, aren't you?
Awaken up.
Uh-oh.
So how are you doing? What the fuck?
Yeah, Crom's actually right. I want to send Awakener a message.
Alrighty.
I'm trying to be a bit less excitable about this one. Try.
You will try.
Hello, Awakener. It's Leotis. We didn't talk much, but I praise that your pilgrimage is going well. That is all. You don't have to reply.
The journey goes well. I'm nearing my home. I have thought on much that has been presented to me. I feel my course correct.
I do feel good about that. Hey, Cromsteel, good news!
Yes, yours.
I relayed the message. And also what I said to Awakener. So he's up to date.
Holy shit, fuck. Yeah.
That's your actual words, in character.
Yep.
I'm very happy for him.
I am extremely relieved. Thank you, Leors.
It's no problem. I wanted to check up on him. There was something I wanted to say to him, but then Time gets the best of us. I kind of stop and go, I still didn't say it!
Well, there is always tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Alright. So, the weather is fairly stormy still. Thankfully, it's not capsizing kind of weather, but it is still fairly rough. Getting sleep on the high seas at this point is fairly taxing, so thankfully you're able to get some rest due to the fact that you have some of the nicer beds since you've managed to pay for your cabins. Well, those who would ever like to roll the d20 for the day.
Is it my turn again?
Yes.
Put it in
I
the vice.
continue.
Come on.
20.
I just continue looking after Yazita.
Oh, well. On this day, even though the storm continues, you guys are being followed by like the worst fucking hurricane ever.
It's just a very small storm cloud that does not dissipate and follows our ship and nothing else.
It's just a giant fucking middle finger cloud, like, and the very tip of it is where like all of it's concentrating its power, like right on the ship.
Fuck.
Change course. The storm's like, we should follow that.
You know that power where you're sitting around a campfire and the smoke always follows you? That's how we feel right now.
Yeah.
Well, even though it is still a fairly wild storm outside, there is eventually a point where you guys are watching the waves crest and splash over. And then you see something fairly large and vibrant pass over with all the waves.
Ooh.
As they start swimming alongside the ship. At this point,
Oh, good.
you see.
Don't zoom in on them.
Yeah, go ahead, zoom in on them.
They look pretty until you get closer.
Wow.
Oh, they look carnivorous. Very carnivorous.
Ooh.
As they are swimming alongside the ship, you hear one of the dwarfs up top quickly call out, "Alpha fish! Away from the sides!" Roll initiative.
Oh,
Ah.
shit.
Alright.
Oh, look at that natural 20 minus 1 initiative.
Oh, look at that 18. I mean, my natural 20.
Nice.
God, I love being able to just give myself advantage.
It does seem nice.
Yeah, maybe I should start giving it to the people who have negative.
Soft and negative initiative. I mean, I actually have a spell that boosts my initiative. I just don't use it.
Mine's like a class ability, and it's just it lasts until you roll initiative or cast it on someone else.
Huh. You just do it as much as you want?
Yes, it's infinite use.
Wow.
It's disgustingly
Wow.
good.
So I just have myself set to automatically be on advantage as I recast it at the end of every combat.
Alright.
What did they call these things?
Alpha fish.
Okay.
I shall bother to use the Discord bot for the music here.
They're very pretty looking, other than their horrendous mouths.
Yes. Just fun fact in lore is that in this gulf here, they are quite prominent, and it is rare for many other fish, even sharks, to really outdo this creature.
I remember there being an alpha fish encounter in a previous campaign, and they didn't attack us because our ship was big.
Yeah. It's a good fish to use.
Now we finally get to see how tough they are.
Especially with the rolling waves here. They're going to take full advantage of that because they've managed... you can tell they've managed to dive over ships before and nip people off. Which the dwarves themselves... they're going to be moving a little bit slower, but on the 20... Leoris.
Oh. Oh no. I take a step back and oh shit.
I mean, we're below deck anyways.
I call Shield of Faith on myself.
Alrighty.
I mean, I
As I quickly realize I don't even have most of them.
That's unfortunate. Alright. With that, the first alpha fish, as it comes swimming up and over.
No!
First attack, as it comes flying out, and it literally is going to headbutt this dwarf head on.
Unnamed dwarf.
through the window?
The wall.
Oh, we're on the top deck. We're just,
Yeah.
underneath
No,
the
we are.
sails.
We're on the middle deck, aren't we?
No, we're underneath the sails. Like the top one is
This
the sails.
midsection here is open.
Yeah, that's the same spot.
So this guy would should be up here. He goes for that headbutt. She does have the 2. For the
This area
yeah.
on both is the same spot.
Oh, okay. I thought it was about at 3 floors.
Nope. So with that, you can see that this fish immediately slams into this dwarf, crushing him, and starts chewing on him while he's on the stairs. As you can see, the other
Yikes.
dwarf there is immediately pulling out his scimitar and getting ready to fight this thing.
Fug.
So just a quick roll on some of the dwarfs here. Let me go.
Give these dwarves the initiative they need.
They go on initiative 20.
Hey.
Just to say. Convenience sake. Alrighty. So, this guy... Actually, no, he's not even going to get close because he doesn't want to be close to an alpha fish. The other one will make a scimitar attack and manage to land a successful hit. For 3 slashing, the other 2 on the deck will fire. They're like crossbows. One will miss as it glances off the harder armor. The other one will run to the top of the stairs and stab downward at it. There's 6 hold that boy. Alrighty. So, relax. You can hear the captain kind of calling out to you. Careful! Their tails will slap you clean off the deck if you're not wise!
Got it. Both of Rylax's hands will begin to glow, and I will clap them together. Pulse wave on this fish. Shit.
No. Oh man. Tentacle.
I'm shoving it 15 feet off the boat.
So with that, especially with the dwarf in its mouth, and it goes flying the 15 feet back out to sea. It'll start sinking down as it takes the full 23 there. You can actually see like one of the fins just tears like right in half as you hurt this thing badly as it splashes back down. Still in sight as it hasn't had a chance to go down yet.
I'm gonna, just step out of the way. I don't really think I feel like getting slapped into the ocean.
Alrighty. Second alpha fish, taking its moment to tuck down, and then just out of nowhere you see this frill of beautiful color, deep hues, purples and reds, coming right at you, Gromsteel. 22 to hit you.
Yes.
Immediately comes barreling down, and you're not thinking about it. You're thinking this is like a normal fish, and suddenly you just feel it smashes into you. That head is hard as fucking steel. It does 10 bludgeoning damage to you, and immediately with that, it turns its body, pivoting and just flopping around, tries to headbutt you, Leoris. 17 to hit you.
That will hit.
Alright. Wait, you said it will hit.
Yeah.
Alright, my bad. 10 bludgeoning on you as well. Alright, and that fish, as you can see, is like the main drive of these alphafishes, obviously with the barbs on their forehead and the heavy plated shells. Obviously bash their victims into submission as best as they can, or rend them with the barbs and then just eat them over time. Zircon.
Zircon gonna run over here to assist. Zircon gonna fucking turn this thing into fish fillet. Slap. And slap.
Ooh.
Strike.
All very successful hits. So you just start rending this fish into sushi.
And I will use one of my key points to get 2 bonus action attacks as I then promptly punch it in the face real hard.
Fuck yeah.
Just cracking its skull.
You literally see a piece of the hard head plate just shatter right off.
Oh, and then a nice swift kick.
That'll hit.
Clunky.
Very nice. So, especially with that flurry alone. You can see that this fish is hurt and doesn't look like it's too eager to try and take another chunk.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Cal, you hear quite the commotion going on upstairs.
Yeah, I look towards Gnistri. Gnurst.
He's catatonic. He's asleep entirely on the table, beer bottle in hand.
Nistri just having a good time.
Yeah, I'm just gonna head up.
Alrighty.
What the hell's going on?
You say that you see this huge smear and streak of bloodstain, a giant orange fish frill that is laying on the deck. Dwarfs reloading crossbows on this humongous thing trying to bite onto Cromsteel and Leoris near the mast.
Well, I can't reach that, so I'll just bring out my 3-section stuff and prepare an attack.
Alright. Cromsteel.
I will cast Sanctuary on the Oris.
Alright.
I'm gonna go around here and make my 2 attacks.
Oh,
Do that roll.
fuck yes.
I will Divine Smite on both of them.
Fuck. Oh my god. Holy shit. So, especially with the first one, you fucking just slam your sword straight down into this fish and you almost completely sever the tail fin. You can see, like, barely some life left into it, and you just quickly, like, slam the tip, piercing, lunging right through the center of this fish, and it just goes completely limp on the front of your greatsword.
Alright, that is one. I'll end my turn in the middle.
Alrighty. This alpha fish. Kind of catching sight. The two. I'll roll. Well, actually, yeah, he'll go for a landing between the two. Because he cannot see this dwarf because the upper aft castle. He is going to immediately come in and drive right across the rail, breaking part of it. He's going to try and headbutt Cal and then the dwarf. 18 to hit Cal.
Yeah, that'll hit, but I also get to whack it.
Yes, you do. Mash him back as you take the 11 bludgeoning as he comes flying over the rail at you. That'll hit. Especially as you kind of like exchange blows with this creature. Just kind of quickly lance your staff upward and just slam it kind of right into the eye socket of this creature as it's headbutting you. And then on the dwarf. And unfortunately another dwarf goes down.
Dwarf! I did actually launch the other one out to sea, so I feel like I'm partially responsible for not being able to render him medical aid.
Don't worry. Burial at sea. Leoris.
Okay. Let me just correct this real quick. 50 feet, perfect. I will bonus action cast Shield of Faith on Cal. And main action, use my Twilight Sanctuary.
Ooh. 30 feet beam going out. Boom. Alrighty. So. Oh no, the music didn't go.
Yeah, it's not set to repeat.
Motherfucker! Yeah, I'll just do it one more time.
And then... there we go. Whoop. Ooh, I get 9 temp HP.
Very nice. Alrighty. Thank you. And will that be all?
Yep, that's my turn.
Alright. This alpha fish is numbing on a dwarf. We'll slurp that boy up. Let's see. Does he feel like maybe trying to take another chunk of boys?
No!
It's a dumb fish, it's probably still hungry.
Even though he got fucked up a little, he is gonna go for that fucking... I rolled a wisdom check for him, he got a 17. He's going in for another bite.
He ain't scared of no ghost.
Not that he's gonna come lunging up on the other side. Ooh, first one missed, second one hit.
Oh crap!
And this dwarf survives getting smacked by an alpha fish. You just hear him just quickly yell out as it comes to the dwarf's turn. Fucking run it through!
Third level magic missile. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh my fucking god. Alrighty. That is actually probably gonna fucking put the icing on the cake for this bad boy. Almost. That's now very heavily damaged. You can tell you almost finished it off there. Just about.
Okay. I will stay where I am.
Alright. With that, the dwarves kind of descend upon this one. This guy goes to try and smack it. He can tell with it. Trying to keep his pacing, he's losing his footing, especially after getting smacked in the chest. There's blood all over the fucking deck right now. His other buddy behind him with the light crossbow. Miss. That's fucking crashing waves and pain and everything everywhere. And then the final one on the other deck will also miss. Zircon, it's up to you.
I come over. I'm assuming it's this one that was heavily damaged next to Cal.
The one to the south is heavily damaged, like verge of death. The one next to Cal is pretty fresh. Ooh.
Oh, I cut its head right off.
Exactly that, as you finish this fucker off. Just no time wasted.
Oh.
You can hear the dwarfs. Ah! Fucking go!
Better yet, do it with a flourish. Fucking jump up, just slash at it, kick right off it, and just stab into this one as well. Let's go, baby. Chink.
Alright.
And another flurry of blows to just.
The only one that missed is the 12.
Crunch.
Alrighty. This one trying to wiggle off with its prey currently as you start slamming into its side. You can see it's like trying to whip its fins currently to try and push you away. Cal.
Alright, I'm just gonna try to brain this guy with my stuff. 22. And, con save.
Alrighty. Con save for this bad boy. Natural 20, unfortunately.
Alright, I'll body whack him in the head again.
Definitely hits. Another 8. Tell us.
Con save.
Alright, another con save coming from this bad boy. Caught a fucking 18.
My bonus action feast.
Feast. The fish. Another 6.
Con save.
Why won't you die? Oh my god, he's that fucking 16.
God. That makes all 3 of those.
Fucking fish, man. It's like on the verge of death. He's like, I will resist you.
I must eat. For Carl.
Crumb steel.
It's like, I'll do it. Can I stand here?
Yes, you can. This fish is officially dead. No head.
Oh, fish surely did.
Great fishing.
Ooh, that definitely hits.
It's not a crit. Oh my god, max damage.
So especially with that, seeing it's weak, you quickly run over and just whack right into it. Just cutting this huge gash open into it and just goes limp right before you. That is combat.
Save the dwarf.
I'm gonna put 1 point of lay on hands to this dwarf, see if he lives. Oh, cool. 10 HP.
Alright. With that, especially since you got to him so quickly and the fish didn't even get a chance to really bite down into him and pull him away, just see him just like eyes shoot open, like, oh fuck,
Oh, he lives.
oh fuck, that hurt so bad.
Okay, I'll just heal him the rest of the way. However many HPs he's missing.
He's only missing another 10.
Okay.
So we'll take your hand, kind of get up as you can see his body bending, and just, oh, bless Moradin, bless you, friend. Oh fuck.
Unfortunately, we lost one.
At least we took out the bastards. With that, you can hear the captain like, cut him up! Get our friend out of there! And at least give him a good respectful right after all this.
I will slash its belly open with my naginata.
I will also cut it. Help cut. We must work.
And with that, free!
Food stocks should be better now.
Oh yes. So, with the cutting open of its main stomach, it is, well, unceremoniously just dropped onto the floor, the dwarf's body. And all is safe now. As you start to see the dwarves help cutting it up, and even some are quickly to wash the digestive juices and recover what's left of their friend there. It's rather gruesome. The teeth tore up most of the body. You can even see that a fairly large portion of the chain that had been headbutt into had even been torn through by a good portion of the teeth. But they will take their friend to be made respectful so they could give him a ceremony in the morning. As for the rest, you could tell with a lot of vim and vigor and a lot of anger that they start hacking up these fish in vengeance, and also eagerness to have fresh food stores. Whatever's left will be thrown overboard, and you could tell, even though these fish are quite feral, savage, and vicious when hunting, have very beautiful iridescent scales to match the immaculate red frills. It has like a very deep hue of purple, but just kind of gives like that shimmering prismatic shine.
Oh, I'd like to try to collect some. Try is the key word here.
Gotta roll me in nature with advantage, unless you want to have someone else do that for you.
I can certainly try it. Huh.
Alright, so especially for these, their bodies on the front are tough, but the rest of their body is actually surprisingly soft. As the best way you could describe this is if, well, originally the old memory of the koi fish pond, when you used to feed them with your mom and occasionally you get a chance to like touch and pet one. Very soft body.
It's almost kind of comforting. Until I look at the rest of it.
Yeah, she does look fairly worried. And a little saddened that she wasn't able to help.
It is alright. We lost one dwarf. But the situation is dealt with now.
It's still a shame to lose someone, but at least it was not worse.
Yes, we should be happy that it was not worse. And in brighter news, the food stocks are replenished.
I would imagine that many of the dwarves won't have to worry about feeding all of us now, especially since we've been out here so long. Alright, Alex, you can roll a nature if you want. Try and cut off a perfect cut, or just kind of unceremoniously carving.
I'll go for a perfect cut. Why not?
Oh!
Oh,
It's
perfect cut.
perfect.
So, with almost pinpoint accuracy, you see Alex, like if she were an actual fisherman, just flay the skin back, peel it off slowly slice each part and partition of the ribs, and just make like these perfect fillet cuts on this one alpha fish.
I guess fish really are all the same.
Alright. So that after basically harvesting these fish, you can even see the other dwarfs are just kind of like surprised, like, damn, didn't think you would be able to do that. The lack of bones.
I mean, I kind of have bones. They're just invisible.
As they finish filleting the last one, they'll throw off the remains so they do not weigh down the ship. And especially after all of this, everyone will be able to take a much needed rest. Some of the dwarfs will obviously have honors for their friend praying to Moradin, as they give their friend a burial at sea. The other ones will, well, not all of them, but a few of them, as they will go to you, Cromsteel. Oh, not gonna lie, we've not seen your symbol before, but you're obviously an honored warrior and respect those who fight alongside. I'd like to have this as given to you as a thank you for saving my life there. And he will hand you a beautifully ordained amulet, what looks to be very likely his dwarven clansman, just kind of emblazoned what looks like a magnificent anvil that sits upon a flame, just kind of like if it were set within the forge itself, and then just a magnificent hammer kind of floating above it. And you can tell this is almost like his family's coat of arms.
Thank you for this gift. It was only natural. No individual should suffer such a fate.
Well, be besmirching of a dwarf's honor, and we've been shitheads the whole way. You didn't even have to spare us. You've got a good heart. Thank you. With that, you can see the other two just kind of nod in respect before having to go back to their posts.
Looks amulet thinking, what the hell am I gonna do with this?
The amulet itself is worth 75 gold. It is
Well, that seems rude.
a solid gold amulet. Obviously, his family coat of arms. You could tell that something like this would be very precious, especially to that of a dwarf, and getting something like this from one is a very high respect.
Cool.
Marry the beardless one. What?
Okay, but I wear the pants.
That was the amulet of Mara. He's made a marriage proposal.
Whether you like it or not.
I'm sworn to carry your burdens.
That dwarf was a player character from Skyrim.
That's
We've
a
fallen right into his trap.
There's a reason why there's a forge anvil on there. It says, "Let's make a baby." What?
Give me your hammer, big steel man. What cursed thoughts have I brought into this world?
Wait, long rest.
Ooh.
Kneel so you can pray at my temple.
Most of us long rest.
Zircon, where'd you go? Wow, where'd you get that new belt, Cromstein?
I made it myself.
Last night. Why does it keep exuding dust and particles?
Don't think about it.
It's a belt of dust.
Belt of bitch.
Belt of zircon makes you blind if you wear it.
Alright. So, obviously, as you go to take your rests and all, you can hear the dwarfs, obviously, staying up a little later, singing almost a mournful shanty, but in respect, very deep, low baritone that just kind of resonates with the rest of the ship almost. Obviously, celebrating a fallen brother in arms.
I will go upstairs, and I will listen to this, and also pay respects.
You can see, especially at the fact too, that you've usually seen Chim, who's usually always copiously drinking, has obviously put down his rum bottle and doesn't seem to touch it for the whole time of the song or the rest of the night and day. Obviously to give full respect in the memory of one of the lost brothers. But as you do listen to this song, it's almost story-esque of that, especially the fact that their brother lays to rest and returns back to the mountains home, his soul rebirthed in the halls of stone once again. So, obviously, you can tell that some are glad that you have come to pay respects, and you can tell that they don't really seem to kind of glower at you anymore.
Well, that's nice.
in their book, you're a pretty damn good dragonborn and a fighter.
I Fusro dawed that fish right off the boat with her fin in its mouth.
Any chances of him being saved off the ship with the fish?
It was pretty damn good.
You know, I guess actually, to be fair, the cone probably also hit him, so he was dead. So at least there's that for him.
She double tapped him.
Definitely.
Look, I'm a bastard, but I'm a go up to the captain and like, I am not sure how your culture mourns the forgotten, but your song was beautiful, and I am truly sorry that I couldn't bother to save their lives.
You're all right. We remember them in song, and we'll expect to see them rise from the stone again.
It sounds like a nice way to be remembered.
Don't suppose you've seen or even heard about most of the honor halls far in the border.
I apologize. I am not too familiar.
Gumtrim and Borderal. Borderal has one whole mountain of honors. There's a statue for every fallen clan member to be remembered. None of them ever forgotten. Each of us make with a statue and make of honors. It's quite magnificent to see.
Kind of just lean over the railing. I understand that there is a lot of animosity between our races, but should I ever get the chance, I would love to see these halls. I think we should all strive to be in a world we can be respectful of each other and get along.
Maybe one day. That's not for me to decide. That's for grumpier, older kings and emperors and crones and old fucking housewives that pull on your fucking ear and balls and tell you jump like they say.
I guess in a way you are true.
But you did damn good out there.
I did my best. I do not want to see anyone suffer. Even if they do not like me. Doesn't matter. Every life should be important.
Shouldn't be too much longer till we make it to Creekmont. After that, it'd be parting ways. Be a damn shame not meeting any others like you and your friends, able to keep people alive and able to have a sharp blade and a strong back and a gut of steel to face down shit like that.
Well, you all did amazingly as well. You weren't afraid to engage them, and you held your own well. You're noble fighters yourself.
Oh, we try. There ain't nothing fucking noble about us, though.
Well, even if you say so, it isn't something that you can't achieve anytime you like. There's always time to do the right thing, and to be greater than you could be.
That's true enough, but hard to say that I like my coin. I go where it takes me. There's a lot of shit that Morden wouldn't forgive me for that I've done. You seem like a good kid. You earned my respect of me and my crew. The respect of those that you've managed to save the lives of. I'll be damn sure that we get you to port safely.
And if your crew or yourself need anything, I am willing to help.
I'd take you up on that offer if I felt worthy of it, but let's just say it's better left off and getting to port and making a good trade there. Making sure you're
of course
safe. Other than that, I wouldn't say we're good at all. There's some pretty rotten shit in this world that gets you by.
That is true. It's harsh. But I think we can all be redeemed, no matter what we do. But, anyway, I will leave you to your devices, Captain.
Have a good night, lad.
And to you as well.
As he just kind of takes up the helm, goes back to very stoic silence. You can see even the other dwarves kind of give him a nod of respect, as it doesn't seem like the captain's really going to go to bed at all tonight.
Yeah.
So, who would like to roll me the weather dice?
Whose turn was it next? Was it Liara's
Nobody
last
wants
one?
to do it.
Alright, here I go, boys.
Please.
Oh, I think
Yes!
that's good.
Yes. Quiet and peaceful.
Finally.
I think Marden smiles on this day.
That he does. So as the morning comes, fairly early, and you're kind of surprised that Yazida has actually made sure to grab some of the earlier pieces of breakfast, and even has gone through some of the various selections of the cheeses and breads that they have on the rack there, and has kind of done her best to try and air quote make a platter. You can tell she's definitely not a presentation person, especially for how much fanciful stuff that you had there, Zircon. But for the rest of you, it's quite the smorgasbord that she's made up for the party to kind of enjoy early morning.
You are too kind, Yazida.
figured I was awake early enough, so it would be nice.
It is nice that we lead together. Cromsteel's like, what? Eat together, you say?
That almost seems kind of gay to me.
You use teeth to eat?
No, it's the meme. It's the meme. His faceplate comes up and there's just these beautiful, immaculate lips. But only lips, nothing else.
I was hoping to ask some of you. Well, you definitely don't seem like of the profession of nobles, no offense for some. You seem more akin to fighters. Can I ask, what were your previous lifestyles before coming on the ocean?
I don't think we've exchanged names yet. I'm Cromsteel.
I'm so sorry, Primer and Yazida.
The apologies are mine. It also slipped my mind. I am Cromsteel, Paladin of the Oryxon's Iron Champions.
Primer and Yazida, formalities of one of the various honor guard of the Yazida clan house families.
As for my origins, I am not from Stranalis. I am from Lestrada.
I've not heard of this continent.
It is a vast distance away. I'm not surprised.
I see. I would only imagine how far you had to travel then, if we've never heard of it. At the same time, you could tell like she's trying to like be a little more light-hearted with it. Like, I assume you came with a lot of brethren then.
I am alone on this mission.
Oh, sorry.
It's quite alright.
Oh, it's definitely impressive how all of you seem to connect so well. I can't deny I've never really met a group that's worked so well together unless they're previously soldiers. That's why I asked your occupations really before traveling.
Due to previous circumstances, we had to work together. And it sort of evolved from there.
I see. I myself, well, I'm apt in combat, especially with that of a sword, but I do know my fair share of spells as well, though definitely none of healing, unfortunately. More of
Arcane, then.
yes. presume yours to be obviously much more divine.
Yes, my divine powers are granted to me by Ironstride himself.
I've not heard of this god before.
He is relatively new.
I see. A newer pantheon? Or a lesser who has ascended?
A greater deity.
I see. So, well... I guess then as ascended would be correct?
Yes, the Iron Father earned his position and ascended to godhood.
Well, mostly familiar with the god of protection Torm myself, though obviously my family wasn't very happy with that choice, but I still feel it's better than Tiamat.
You are definitely correct on that.
As you can tell, she looks a little nervous at you, like, I don't think you're very familiar with many of the religions that are here. There are paladins of Tiamat within the various cities. Just as a forewarning.
I can understand the culture being different. It should be fine.
As for freeing the others, I was just curious. Does that mean any form of golem is warforged?
There are definitely creations that are not sentient. Ones that are designed with purpose only, and no chance for sentience. That is not what I'm here for.
So any that are like you that have unique thought?
Yes.
I see. I've not seen many, but I would approach with caution on some people who take propriety over potential friends or fellow brothers. As not trying to be mean, but others like yourself that are smarter, that still have a control rod, usually a much higher price.
This will require much investigation.
Just suggesting that you pace yourself. Time is of the essence, kind of thing.
I am aware of the risks. I am not going to attack cities outright by myself. That would be suicide.
Oh. Alright, good. Sorry, it just seemed to have a different conjecture in your voice when originally discussing this.
I understand. I assure you I will not be blinded by my quest. I will be tactful about it. I understand the need to sometimes retreat and come back with a better plan.
Of course. Either way, hopefully everything goes well. I can tell she just kind of like, especially with that statement, like, I'll come back anyway. It's like, it shuffles a little bit nervously, kind of holding onto like a side napkin there.
How to tell her comfortably that I will not give up. Well, where are you from, and why are you sailing on this ocean?
Oh, I'm from Aylesburn. My family, well, my clan is obviously a clan of warriors, usually for hire. I intend to, well, attempt to travel, if possible, with Zircon and the rest of you. Just to, well, kind of repay the rescue of my life and, well, needless to say, even though obviously I've taken a much more different route, my family wasn't very happy with the fact that I've joined on sailing ships, as piracy and other things have been a prominent issue before, and they were worried that I might get tempted into such a life.
I see.
Oh, I definitely refused quite a few offers on my combat prowess, and stuck with the trade ship that I had been with for some time, even on other offers that were rather hefty coin. Though I would rather bring respect to my family than bring disgust to them if they found out I had become a pirate or something.
Yes, the amount of shame that you would bring your family should you become a pirate. Unimaginable.
I don't think I would.
I'm not sure if you are aware, Cromsteel, but the honor of one's family is the most important to us. To bring shame on just one of ourselves is to bring shame on the entire family.
I've been told of such pirates that did not care for such things. I'm glad you are not one of them.
Yes. See little beads of mercury start forming on Cromsteel's face. It doesn't mention the part of where her god ascended from being a pirate that raided Jotun.
Well, Mel. Hey, it was the better solution.
It is true. Still.
We all make mistakes in the heat of passion, Jimbo.
Jimbo.
It's resulted in maybe nearly a century of peace.
Mm.
So that's pretty good.
It was a good mistake in the heat of passion.
for my own good, Torm is... well... Some would say the guardian god protects over the innocent and defends those who rightfully need it and are of true pure heart. Of course, many of my other family members have chosen a very obvious Bahamut for many, but needless to say, there are a few that are not as kind. For the rest of you, I do apologize, especially for the fact that I would imagine probably a little bit of a financial burden.
It's not a problem.
I don't really think any of us are in it for the money.
Zircon paid 10 gold pieces to have you here.
Even more so than... I'll definitely have to try and find a way to repay all of you.
Do not think yourself indebted to us.
I can at least try and show you around Creekmont then. And the areas that you definitely do not want to go to.
That would be most helpful.
Yes.
Obviously, the day will carry on as she... We'll discuss, obviously, those other various questions, especially between religion and kind of what you've done previously and other selections of combat. As you can tell, she's trying to stick with things that she knows about. Other parts, she's obviously just not very knowledgeable on.
We're getting some big culture shock from each other.
Pretty fucking much.
So all of our ships can fly.
What?
That sounds impossible.
We use these sky crystals. They don't have
You mean like the floating ranges near Creekmont, but nothing like that has ever worked for anything else?
possibly. The skies of Ostrana have a different sort of energy.
Title card! Yeah!
Oh, yeah!
I would imagine it's much more dangerous if you fall overboard.
Oh, incredibly. But it is worth the risk of being faster.
So I can only imagine being able to just float through the air without being impeded by anything. The most I could think on that in relation is well, I can cast fly, but not on a whole ship. Also, if I had my focus, okay, see like the awkward thumb, like bumping over it.
Yes, Yes, we will see if we can find you one in Greenmont.
You don't have to. Zircon has already given me more than enough money to be able to go buy at least a basic one.
I am personally interested to see what kind of magic you can produce.
I've definitely prided myself on quite a few. Well, I'm so used to being able to do it. Usually, a shadow sword is one of my most reliable.
Very interested.
Let's see. Well, obviously a shield for myself, and Armstrong, you do take note, even though obviously she's not really wearing armor right now. It looks like the pieces that are so fucking kill myself. He was mentioned so many times. Crumb steel. Especially for the fact of looking at her various pieces that she's currently wearing, you could tell that before she fell in the water, or while she was swimming, she was clearly wearing something a lot heavier, armor-wise. Obviously, with that, as she does go over the spell retinue that she does now, ranging from simple catapult, mending, prestidigitation, and all that, you can tell that her catalog of spells is, well, was fairly expensive, as she did also lose her spell book.
Well, you know, if she knew fly, that would put her at like a 16th level Eldritch Knight.
Oh,
She's
I was
like
thinking
fleshy.
she was a blade song, but then you said she had armor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it threw me off, which is why I'm thinking Eldritch Knight. But
She'd be a
like,
filthy multi-class.
is she a bottlin?
Who knows?
You know? I'm a
She's
wizard.
psychic as fuck.
We shall see.
Well, it's not a dwarf, so...
Alright. So, definitely have time for all the pleasantries of the day, especially the slow, calm waves not impeding you, the heavy winds at your back.
Are we there yet?
You actually are. As on the next day, you arrive at Creekmont.
Land!
It's not sick like stone.
And you will be arriving at the southern dock ward.
Oh,
Your secret lips. 911, hello. Yes, this post right here.
that's the one. That's the guy. They're moist.
Moist.
They're always moist and ready to go.
There's a little like tongue come out, but it's like actually metal and it lubricates the lips.
It's like a tendril.
Yeah.
It's a
And
mechanical.
like a little thing pops out and it like sprays windscreen fluid onto it.
So I figured that would be a good spot to leave off there.
Yeah.
Nick's not tired, right?
Yeah.
Nick's not tired.
10-minute break.
Dude, it's fucking 2 a.m. You've been playing since like 7. Jesus Christ.
I was gonna say too, like we also fucking ran an hour late, which thank you, Nick.
I also started 2 hours early, so.
We weren't an hour late. We were an hour early.
No, I mean running an hour later than our usual end time.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Supper.
Supper is now.
What a roleplay, it was great. We've got an NPC companion now.
Dude, we've got a waifu. And it's your waifu.
Oh,
You almost
got a
did-
waifu already.
Yeah, you got a waifu.
You almost didn't get her.
Almost, but
I'll
I
never have a
noticed
waifu.
It's okay, you'll find Reckoner too. You'll find a cute
Rick,
wolf.
cute wolf. Yeah, I'll rescue her from being
Oh.
a slave, and she'll be like, my hero.
And then she'll rub her greasy gear all over you.
Oh, yeah.
I did it. The fucking nobleman saved this woman from drowning, and now all she can do is just like praise the ground I walk on. God fucking damn it.
You did this. This is your fault.
Everyone already praises the ground I walk on. You guys are the only ones that don't do it.
Oh, just you wait, boy. Just you wait. You
Yeah,
arrived.
we're getting to your homelands where people love you.
Creekmont, where we're much closer to my homeland, so I'm gonna walk in, and then all the fucking guards are gonna be like, take him to the governor and put him in the penthouse. No,
50 whores.
Though,
What about his friends? Put them in the slums with the rest of the riffraff.
I just want to sleep outside under this tree.
You're like forcefully imprisoned in the penthouse. You cannot leave until you've taken a long rest.
You cannot leave until you lay every whore in.
I can't wait for rich snobs to look at me and be like, ah, Zircon, is this yours?
And I'll be like, no. You looking at me, waiting for my response.
Over.
I've only ever shown myself to be a good-hearted boy, and you know it.
I know.
If I'm to
my
succeed
God.
my family in the line of Razdarim, I am not going to be succeeding through slavery.
Goddamn right.
Pokemon time, boys.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, nice Taylor.
What Dorian?
An ant. Oh, it's rare. Why is it rare?
I don't know how they're tiered.
Okay.
And everyone gets 600 XPs each.
Oh, yes. Delicious.
Oh yeah, forgot about XP.
Got me doing XPs.
Oh god damn it!
Are you like just shy again?
No. We're very far from the next one.
Yeah,
What's your goddamn it for?
doesn't matter. Mostly just me realizing I haven't updated my actual XP in a while.
Oh.
Myra, why are you outside?
Why did you
You're
mark
very far. It is double our current XP.
Yeah, can someone tell me what our XP is?
7,100.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, XP monkey.
I think I've gotten a Pokemon almost every single roll.
Yeah, it's
Nice.
I'm honestly kind of very rare to not get one, so when we rolled like 3 uncommon nothings in a row...
Wait. Dollar P.
Oh, Magikarp.
What the fuck is this?
Yeah,
Oh,
You got a Weedle.
Yeah, it
A
loads.
Caterpie.
The first time it does like this loading thing, and then
Just
after
call
that,
fucking Caterpie Weedle, you motherfucker.
It's a caterpillar. Look at it.
Who's this whore calling a Caterpie?
Great, I got a Caterpie. Like, the worst thing ever. At least Magikarp turns into something cool. Caterpie just turns into a useless piece of shit.
Hey, Butterfree is great for griefing your friends.
Yeah, Sleep Powder is fucking hilarious.
Oh. Josh, I've glanced at your stream and I don't like whatever that is.
Oh, that? Hold on, I can actually show you this because you guys won't be anywhere near that.
Oh.
Cool.
Oh, that's a huge relief to hear. I haven't even seen it yet. and I'm already-
This is the thing that sank Yazita's ship.
Oh,
It's a seven-headed gargoyle.
right.
It's the four-armed gargoyle.
That's a lot of HPs.
The fuck was this? Where are we looking at this?
And then Josh's Twitch.
Oh, I'm not in there. Don't worry about it, boys.
Yeah, I'm always in there now. Gotta get them points so I can make Josh stay up for 24 hours straight.
On my internet to stay stable.
It makes 5 attacks.
Ah!
I don't like that.
Our hand. Yeah, my brain for a moment just went 5 attacks, but it only has 4 arms. I looked at it and just see bite, and I was like, oh, of course.
The 5th meal.
Make
Fifth
7
attack
attacks.
is the clubbing
Give it
attack.
six.
Guys, I did so many name drops. I did Iron Stride and Skies of Lustrana.
Yeah, I love the title drop.
You're doing a really great job
Don't
dropping
worry.
titles.
There's
honestly.
all this stuff
Oh.
on the side, Luke, that you can see on the stream right now that you didn't have to interact with.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's a lot of fishies.
I know
What
there's
is it? Is that a dragon?
a dragon? No,
Yeah, just a young bronze something or other.
it's a
It's
wyvern.
a step ship.
Harpies.
No, wyvern?
Yeah.
Oh, what?
It's a nasty dude.
Yeah, dragon can be reasoned with.
Exactly. I don't want you to have something to reason with when it's an encounter.
You fuckers have talked down too many encounters already.
And
Now
there's
you
the
get idiot monsters.
there's the
You
other
can't
fun
be
one. The Nar shark.
Yes, no, sure.
He can
Right.
fly.
Love it's very purple fucking token.
Who committed the atrocity on the compass?
What happened to the compass?
God damn it! Is that fucking? The silence made me think it was the Joker. Drake, did you do that?
Did you say east or eastward?
Poor
Oh, I said east.
Oh no.
I got some bad news, Captain.
It's rolls time, baby. We just reset.
Yep. Time for rolls. I don't know any of those things. Man, my turn.
Rolls. Already done
Yeah.
that.
Has fun and he sucks.
Johnny, sorry.
And now everyone gets to enjoy.
Wait a minute. I feel like she's worth a lot.
I mean, Black Clover is popular, but not that
I-
popular.